Yo everyone, hello. We're here. We've made it. Today is the final Katawa Shoujo stream. The very final one. Look at all those papers. Look at all of those acts that we've been a part of. Emi, Hanako, Lily, Rin, Shizune. The 5 that we have known, grown to love. The last Katawa Shoujo stream, yes, it is indeed final. Trojan Peace, Tsukasa, welcome to the stream, both of you. I'm glad you could both make it out. After today's stream, we will have 100%ed Katawa Shoujo. We look in our gallery. 1 CG missing here. I have to do this. And and 1 CG missing right there. And that's it. That's all that's left, plus 2 scenes in Act 1. I went through last night after the stream. Oh shit. I forgot to change it. I also forgot to get my chat box back. It was fast enough. It's also grayscale, but I did not actually cry during the neutral ending. I got close. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. Yep, we're fine here. I got close though. Rin's neutral ending is always a punch in the gut. We look through this. 99%. Completed. Yeah, I talked about that last night as well. The normal bad end is not as heart-wrenching. Because it's more final. There's a lot less finality in the neutral ending, and it feels like you've disappointed Rin, and you've failed. Here we go. 1, 2. 2 scenes. Our jukebox has been completed. Our cinemas have been completed. Recommended this game to one of my besties, and Attorney recommended one of this one. Perfect. That's my agenda. More people playing Katawa Shoujo and loving this game, because it's truly one of the greatest I've ever played. To be honest, I'm gonna cut all the talking out though. We've got an Act 1 to go through, and then I have a bunch of reflection and discussion that I want to do. So we will be just getting right underway. We can look. We've got all of these. Rin, Emi, Lily, Shizune, Hanako. I think we'll reflect on them in order too, but let's go back to the prologue and to Act 1. And click start for the last time. You get the neutral ending his first try. Oh no! I know Manji was he said it during the Act 3 stream. He walked right into the neutral ending his first time with Rin's route. Or not he walked right into the bad ending, I mean. Yes, let us click start for the last time. A light breeze causes the naked branches overhead to rattle like wooden wind chimes. This is a popular retreat for couples in the summer. The deciduous trees provide a beautiful green canopy, far out of sight of teachers and fellow students. But now in late winter, it feels like I'm standing under a pile of kindling. I breathe into my cupped hands and rub them together furiously to prevent them from numbing in this cold. Just how long am I expected to wait out here anyway? I'm sure the note said 4 p.m. Ah, yes, the note. Slipped between the pages of my math book while I wasn't looking. As far as cliches go, I'm more of a fan of the letter in the locker, but at least this way shows a bit of initiative. As I ponder the meaning of the note, the snowfall gradually thickens. The snowflakes silently falling from the white-painted sky are the only sign of time passing in this stagnant world. My bestie thought for Hanako the first and got good on the first try. I got Hanako's. That was exactly what happened the very first time I played this. All those, 7, 8 years ago. Root still hits you really hard. That's why it was my favorite one first. Their slow descent upon the frozen forest makes it seem like time has slowed to a crawl. The rustling of dry snow underfoot startles me, interrupting the quiet mood. Someone is approaching from behind. Hi, Hiseo. You came. A hesitating, barely audible question. However, I recognize the owner of that dainty voice instantly. I feel my heart skip a beat. It's a voice I've listened to hundreds of times, but never as more than an eavesdropper to a conversation. I turn to face this voice, the voice of my dreams, and my heart begins to race. Yuanako? I got a note telling me to wait here. It was yours? Damn it. I spent all afternoon trying to come up with a good line, and that was the result. Pathetic. Yes. I asked a friend to give you that note. I'm so glad you got it. A shy, joyous smile that makes me so tense I couldn't move a single muscle, even if I tried. There's a little fanfic. Junichi, Hanako's brother, also survived. Oh, interesting. I love seeing fan works for this game as well. It's a lot of really, really good ones. My heart is pounding now, as if it were trying to burst out from my chest and claim this girl for itself. So, here we are, out in the cold. Once again, the wind stirs up the branches. The cacophonous sound is music to my ears. Yuanako flinches ever so softly against the gust of wind. As it passes, she rights herself, as if supported by some newfound confidence. Her eyes lock with mine, and she lazily twirls her long dark hair around her finger. All the while, the anxious beating of my heart grows louder. My throat is tight. I doubt I could even force a word out if I tried. You see, I wanted to know if you'd go out with me. I stand there, motionless, save for my pounding heart. I want to say something in reply, but my vocal cords feel like they've been stretched beyond the breaking point. Hiseo? I reach up to try to massage my throat, but this only sends spikes of blinding pain along my arms. Hiseo? My whole body freezes, save for my eyes, which shoot open in terror. Hiseo! The beating in my chest suddenly stops, and I go weak at the knees. The world around me, the canopy of bare branches, the dull winter sky, Yuanako running towards me, all these fade to black. The last things I remember before slipping away are the sounds of Yuanako screaming for help and the incessant clatter of the branches above. Yeah, the community for this game is just so incredible. The artists, the writers, just the people who support the game. It's truly fantastic. I love it. Raita made the very first four-panel comic. Corporal Crud did Hanako, Aura did Ren, and I don't remember who of the other three did the other roots. I've got a little thing about Corporal Crud later on, because devs would let it, they would do even more. The devs, it's a really this is a lot of stuff I have for the ending segments and stuff. This game's been in a weird place with its devs. Because you can see from these, there were 21. That was not the final number. It was not the final number at all. Oh, Suriko was Lily. 822 was Shizune, and the Hive Mind did Emmy. Okay. I'm glad you knew, because I could not remember. I know that Lily's route, Emmy's route, and Rin's route stayed mostly unchanged. But again, this is for later. I have to read Act 1. We can get to that. It's been 4 months since my heart attack. In that whole time, I can probably count the times I've left this hospital room unsupervised on one hand. 4 months is a pretty long time when you're left alone with your thoughts, so I've had plenty of time to come to terms with my situation. Arrhythmia. A strange word. A foreign, alien one. One that you don't want to be in the same room with. A rare condition. It causes the heart to act erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. I have found the beta version as well. There's actually, I think I left a link down in the description of this video. Apparently, I've had it for a long time. They said it was a miracle that I was able to go on so long without anything happening. Is that really a miracle? I guess it was supposed to make me feel better, more appreciative of my life. Yes, those are the two that changed dramatically. It really didn't do anything to cheer me up. My parents, I think, were hit harder by the news than I was. They practically had 2 hemorrhages apiece. I had already had a full day by then to digest everything. To them, it was all fresh. They were even willing to sell our house in order to pay for a cure. Of course there isn't a cure. Because of the late discovery of this condition, I've had to stay at the hospital to recuperate from the treatments. When I was first admitted, it felt as if I was missed. For about a week, my room in the ward was full of flowers, balloons, and cards. But the visitors soon dwindled, and all the get-well gifts began trickling down to nothing shortly after. I realized that the only reason I had gotten so many cards and flowers was because sending me their sympathy had been turned into a class project. Maybe some people were genuinely concerned, but I doubt it. Even in the beginning, I barely had visitors. By the end of the first month, only my parents came by on a regular basis. Yuanako was the last to stop visiting. After 6 weeks, I never saw her again. We never had that much to talk about when she visited anyway. We didn't touch the subject that was between us on that snowy day ever again. The hospital? It's not really a place I'd like to live in. The doctors and nurses feel so impersonal and faceless. I guess it's because they are in a hurry, and they have a million other patients waiting for them, but it makes me feel uncomfortable. For the first month or so, I asked the head cardiologist every time I saw him for a rough estimate of when I'd be able to leave. He never answered anything in a straightforward way, but told me to wait and see if the treatment and surgeries worked. So I idly observed the scar that those surgeries had left on my chest slowly change its appearance over time, thinking of it as some kind of an omen. I still ask the head cardiologist about leaving, but my expectations are low enough now that I'm not disappointed anymore when I don't get a reply. The way he shuffles around the answer shows that there is at least some hope. At some point I stopped watching TV. I don't know why. I just did. Maybe it was the wrong kind of escapism for my situation. I started reading instead. There was a small library at the hospital, although it was more like a storeroom for books. I began working my way through it, one small stack at a time. After consuming them, I would go back for more. I found that I liked reading, and I think I even became a bit addicted. I started feeling naked without a book in my hands. But I loved the stories. That was what my life was like. The days became increasingly harder to distinguish from each other, differing only by the book I was reading and the weather outside. It felt like time blurred into some kind of gooey mass I was trapped inside, instead of moving within. A week could go by without me really noticing it. Sometimes I'd pause in realization that I didn't know what day of the week it was. But other times, all the things that surrounded me would painfully crash into my consciousness, through the barrier of nonchalance I had set up for myself. The pages of my book would start to feel sharp and burning hot, and the heaviness in my chest would become so hard to bear that I had to put the book aside and just lay down for a while, looking at the ceiling as if I was going to cry. But that happened only rarely, and I couldn't even cry. Today, the doctor comes in and gives me a smile. He seems excited, but not very. It's like he's trying to make an effort to be happy on my behalf. My parents are here. It's been a few days since I've last seen them. Both of them are even sort of dressed up. Is this supposed to be some kind of special occasion? It's not a party. Yeah, all the little background stuff is super nice with that. Like, it's so minor, but it looks so cool. There is this ritual the head cardiologist has. He takes his time sorting his papers, then setting them aside as if to make a point of the pointlessness of what he just did. Then he casually sits down on the edge of the bed next to mine. He looks me in the eyes for a moment. Hello, Hiseo. How are you today? I don't answer him, but I smile a little back at him. I believe that you can go home. Your heart is stronger now, and with some precautions you should be fine. We have all your medication sorted out. I'll give your father the prescription. The doctor hands a sheet of paper to my dad, whose expression turns wooden as he reads it quickly. So many. I take it from his hands and take a look myself, feeling numb. How am I supposed to react to this? The absurdly long list of medications staring back at me from the paper seems insurmountable. They all blend together in a sea of letters. This is insane. Side effects, adverse effects, contraindications, and dosages are listed line after line, with cold precision. I try to read them, but it's so futile. I can't understand any of it. Attempting to only makes me feel sicker. Diarrhea always gets me. Well, all this for the rest of my life, every day. I'm afraid this is the best we can do at this point. However, new medications are always being developed, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that list fade over the years. Years? What kind of confidence booster is that? I'd have felt better if he hadn't said anything at all. Also, I've spoken with your parents, and we believe that it would be best if you don't return to your old school. What? Please calm down, Hiseo. Listen to what the doctor has to say. Calm down? The way he says it tells me he knew full well that I wouldn't like it. Am I going to be homeschooled? Whatever of my concern shows, it's ignored. We all understand that your education is paramount. However, I don't think that it's wise for you to be without supervision. At least not until we're sure your medication is suitable. So I've spoken to your parents about a transfer. It's a school called the Yamaku Academy that specializes in dealing with disabled students. Disabled? What? Am I... There's a 24-hour nursing staff and it's only a few minutes from a highly regarded general hospital. The majority of students live on the campus. Think of it as a boarding school of sorts. It's designed to give students a degree of independence while keeping help nearby. Independence? It's a school for disabled kids. Don't try to disguise that fact. If it was really that free, there wouldn't be a 24-hour nursing staff and you wouldn't make a hospital being nearby a selling point. Of course, that's only if you want to go. But your mother and I aren't really able to homeschool you. We went out there and had a look a couple of weeks back. I think you'd like it. Looks like I really don't have a choice. Compared to other heart problems, people with your condition usually tend to live long lives. You'll need a job one day, and this is a good opportunity to continue your education. This is an opportunity. Don't call it an opportunity. Don't call it a goddamned opportunity. Well, you should be excited at the chance to go back to school. I remember you wanted to return to school, and, well, it's not the same one. A special school. That's an insult. That is what I want to say. It's a step down. It's not what you think. All of the students there are pretty active in their own sort of way. It's geared towards students that can still get around and learn, but just need a little help in one way or another. Your father's right. And many of the graduates of the school have gone on to do amazing things. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. One of my colleagues in another hospital is a graduate. I don't care. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. That's what a disability is. I really hate that something so important was decided for me. But what can I do about it? A normal life is out of the question now. It's funny. I'd always thought my life was actually kind of boring. But now I miss it. I want to protest. I want to blame this lack of reaction on shock or fatigue. I could easily yell out something now. Something about how I can go back to school anyway. But no. I don't say anything. The fact is that I know now it's futile. I look around the room, feeling very tired of all this. The hospital, doctors, my condition, everything. I don't see anything that would make me feel any different. There really isn't a choice. I know this. But the thought of going to a disabled school, what are those even like? As much as I try to put a positive spin on this, it's very difficult. But let me try. A clean slate isn't a bad thing. That is all I can think of to get me through this. At least I still have something. Even if it's a special school, it's something. It's a fresh start, and my life isn't over. It would be a mistake to just resign myself to thinking that. At the very least, I'll try to see what my new life will look like. Act 1. Life Expectancy. Alright. Let's actually make a save. Our very last save that we'll ever make. Life Expelliarmus. Ah, well. Not a bad description for it. The gate looked far too pompous for what it was. In fact, gates in general seem to do that, but this one especially so. Red bricks, black wrought iron, and grey plaster assembled into a whole that didn't feel welcoming at all. I wondered if it looked like what a gate for a school should look like, but couldn't really decide. Probably no. Of course I didn't want to get stuck on thinking about the gate for too long, so I entered through it with a brisk pace that felt surprisingly good. Moving forward feels good. So I walked towards the main building of Yamaku Academy with this brisk pace. I'm alone, as my parents are taking my stuff to the dorms, and there's supposed to be someone waiting for me. Brown University, indeed. The grounds are incredibly lush, filled with green. It doesn't feel like the kind of grounds a school would have, more like a park, with a clean walkway going past trees, and the smell of fresh-cut grass and all other park-like things. Words like clean and hygienic pop into my mind. It makes me shudder. I shake them off. Stay open-minded now. It's your new life. You have to take it as it comes. That's what I tell myself. A few big buildings loom behind the leafy canopies. Too big and too many for just a school. Oh, interesting. What kind of graffiti, actually? Everything seems off. It's different from what I thought I knew about schools. It's an uncanny valley. Even though I was told this is my new school, in the back of my head it doesn't feel like one. Someone drew Rin and quoted some inspiration from... Oh, nice. It's pretty Rin-like. I wonder if the feeling is real, or caused by my expectations of a school for the disabled. Speaking of that, I don't see anyone else here. It's kinda eerie. It makes me wish there was somebody here, so I could anchor myself to something tangible, instead of having this feeling that I stepped into another dimension. The trees hum with the wind, and the green hues flashing all around me catch my attention. It makes me think about hospitals again, how they say that the operating rooms are painted green, because green is a calming color. So why am I feeling so anxious, despite all this greenery? Only after I stand in front of the haughty main building, I surprise myself by realizing why the gate bothered me. It was the last chance I had to turn back, even if I had no life I could return to. But still, after entering, there was absolutely no way I could go back anymore. Feeling nervous, and with this realization set in my head, I open the front door. A tall man with bad posture notices me as I enter. We're the only people in the lobby, so it's only logical. You must be Nikki? Nakai. To play this while tending the plate. Yeah, that would be quite the interesting thing. So you are. Excellent. I'm your homeroom teacher and science teacher. My name is Mutoi. I got Nikki. Welcome. We exchange a handshake that is neither firm nor sloppy, and he looks at his watch. The head nurse asked you for a brief check-in visit, but there's no time for that now. Oh, should I go later? Yes, afternoon is probably fine. We should get going and introduce you to the rest of the class. They're waiting already. Waiting for me? I don't really like being the center of attention, but I guess it's inevitable in a situation like this. Somehow not knowing what is waiting for me makes me feel really nervous. Thinking of this, I almost miss what the teacher is saying. Do you want to introduce yourself to the class? First choice, same as they always. Yeah, sure. I mean, isn't that normal? Of course, but not everyone likes to be at the center of attention. I'm probably one of those people, but I guess I should be the one to give the first impression of myself. Right, but it's no problem. Let's go then. My heart is pounding in my chest, and it keeps me thinking about my condition as I follow the teacher up the stairs. The university is among the top list of places I want to visit if I ever came to the US. They're nice places. A lot of universities are actually incorporated into, like, parts of a larger city. So, like, that's where the term college town comes from. The third door down the third floor corridor is marked as the classroom for class 3-3. Utoi opens the door and enters. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late again. I hesitate for a split second at the door, freezing on the spot. Get a grip. This is a big step, I know that. But there isn't any point to worrying so much about it, at least not this soon. We have a fun cast of characters here, and we'll go over them later. I follow the teacher into the classroom and look around, partially so I won't have to meet the curious gazes of my new classmates. It's pretty spacious, the ceiling is unusually high, and there's lots of space left over around and in between the desks. Miki! We all have Miki. Miki's great. An entire wall taken up by blackboards and the high old-fashioned windows only make it seem larger. The students' desks are just standard wooden desks with a shelf underneath for books and wooden chairs with metal frames. Simple and efficient. I stop walking in front of the classroom and face the other students. They all look normal, like students in any other school. But then, why would they be here? They're probably like me and have something wrong with them, only it's just not immediately obvious. Then I notice that one of the girls seems to be missing the thumb of her right hand. It's a little drawing. She doesn't exist. She does not exist. Despite the natural tendency to listen when someone's talking about you, I tune out the teacher's speech halfway through while he introduces me to the class. So, I didn't include this guy in the notes. He has monoplegia, which is why he's, like, kind of sleeping. This girl is very interesting. These two are super interesting. And I actually have a section planned for them, so we'll talk about them later, but they're very, very interesting. Looks like Gaben. Alright, I read that line. I notice a flash of dark hair and see that someone is looking at me. A girl with really long, straight hair that is pretty eye-catching. As she sees me looking back at her, she covers her face with her hands as if it will make her invisible. There's one boy with a cane leaning against the lockers at the rear of the class. It's weird seeing someone so young with a cane. Another girl seems to be making some weird hand motions. Sign language? She peers at me over the rims of her glasses, then goes back to whatever she's doing. She's kind of cute. So is the cheery-looking girl with pink hair sitting next to her. She's really hard to miss. I don't know how I didn't notice her the moment I walked in. Please welcome our newest classmate. He claps his hands and so does everyone else, except one girl in the first row who has only one hand. I cringe a little, but hide it by bowing in thanks for this applause I did not deserve. A collective silence tells me I should open my mouth now. So, I'm Hiseo Nakai. And after that, my hobbies are reading and soccer. I hope to get along with everyone, even though I'm a new student. And after that, I'm being so boring. This is exactly like every self-introduction ever. I should say something more exciting. I end up saying nothing, and the teacher picks up from there. The best thing that counts as DLC. Everyone seems to be satisfied even with what little I said, though. A few girls are whispering to each other, throwing glances at me. It could have gone worse. I listen to the teacher as he drones about getting along with letting my gaze sweep across the classroom. Everyone seems to be listening to him intently, and when he's done, they clap their hands once again, which feels like a weird thing to do. Oh. You must have gotten filtered by live chat, or by YouTube chat. Weird. That's not my thing, that's YouTube. Circle Lily's writer made a complete art for Miki in text form. Yes, I do remember that. I have that noted down as well. The first row girl claps on this round, with her one hand against the other wrist that ends in a bandaged stump. It makes me feel a little bad. We're going to be doing some group work today, so it'll give you a chance to talk with everyone. Is that okay with you? Yeah, it's fine with me. That's good, you can work with Hakamichi. She is the class representative. She can explain anything you might want to know. And who else would be able to do that better, right? Yeah, I wonder what caused YouTube to take it away. How could I know? The teacher passes out the day's assignments and announces that we'll be working in groups of 3. It hits me that I don't know who Hakamichi is. Slow. The teacher seems to catch my helpless expression. Oh, right. Hakamichi is right there. Shizune Hakamichi. As he calls out her name, the cute, bubbly-looking girl with bright pink hair and gold eyes waves her hand at me. I take a seat next to her by the window. Hey. Yes, Armafi did make a BGM for her. Stop jumping the gun and taking my trivia. Come on. That's for later. Hey, I guess you're Hakamichi, right? It's nice to meet you. What? I'm caught off guard by her laughter. It's nice to meet you too, but... I'm not Hakamichi, I'm Misha. This is Hakamichi. Shi-chan. Giggling, Misha points to the girl next to her, the one I saw using sign language before. It looks like she had been staring at me this whole time. She nods once nonchalantly to show that she acknowledges my presence, but only barely. She has short yet carefully neat brushed hair, a pair of oval-shaped glasses balanced on the tip of a dainty nose, and dark blue eyes that seem to alternate every few seconds between analytical and slightly bored. It's nice to meet you. She immediately looks at Misha, who smiles and makes a few quick gestures with her hands. Yeah, Misha's fun. Hakamichi nods and makes a few gestures of her own. I start to wonder if the teacher was messing with me, saying things like you'll be able to talk to people and who better to explain things to you. I can see you're a little confused, right? But I understand why you'd think I was Shi-chan. Shi-chan is deaf, so I'm the person who translates things back and forth for her. I'm like an interpreter. She says it's nice to meet you too. You're the new student, aren't you? Well, Shi-chan, of course he is. If he wasn't, he would have been standing up there for no reason, right? Right. He seems like a very interesting person, doesn't he? We knew there was going to be a new student, but we didn't know you'd be here today. So soon. He-chan, right? He-chan? Yep, it fits, doesn't it? Did I say it out loud? It's just a surprise. I've never liked that nickname. I don't really see how. Shit, John. It fits. You look just like I imagined. Yeah, you look just like a He-chan. I wonder why everyone seems to think so. Hakamichi taps her fingers on the desk to get Misha's attention. They gesture back and forth to each other excitedly, their hands a blur. Misha seemed a little overwhelmed. Sorry about that. Shi-chan wants you to know that she's the class rep, so if there's anything you need to know, you can feel free to ask her. His family calls him He-chan too, what a surprise. Do you like the school so far? We can show you around a little if you haven't had the time to walk around and familiarize yourself with it. Misha stumbles with the hard word a bit, making it stick out in her otherwise fluid translation. Thanks, that would be pretty helpful. Yeah, I just kinda came straight to class today. Ha ha ha. That's no good. You should always try to learn as much as you can about where you're going before you go there. Not just with school, either. Always, even if it's a trip to the convenience store. Really, Shi-chan? Ha ha ha. Learn about where you're going. I guess I didn't bother to do that, or just didn't care enough to do so. I didn't look forward to this, even if I committed myself to going along with it half-assedly. But anyway. I don't say anything, and Misha signs something that ends in a shrug. What was that? Seems like it was about me. I feel like slumping over in my seat. Both of them are smiling, but that shrug hit me unexpectedly deeply. Never did find out why Misha's taking the school. It's explained in Shizune's route, yep. You look down, are you okay? Don't take it the wrong way, please. I hate it when people are afraid to ask questions. That's how people learn things, by asking. Asking for help is perfectly normal, as much as needing help. Stop looking like you just failed a test. Alright. And another thing, You don't have to call Shi-chan something so formal like Hakamichi or class rep all the time. Just call her Shi-chan. Nah, okay. Maybe that's too casual. Maybe Shizune would be more appropriate. Yep. Shizune is fine. Okay, that would be a lot easier for me. It's not, actually. You should play Shizune's route to understand. I feel a lot more at ease. Both of them seem so friendly, so I feel like an idiot for being so apprehensive earlier. Especially about Shizune, who I assumed would be all business. Well, she still seems like that, just less so, I guess. One day. Huh? Oh right, we haven't even touched the assignment. We should start work now, or Shi-chan will get mad. The assignment is also kinda long, so we should start now if we want to finish it before the end of class. Wahaha, that too. Shizune glares at the two of us impatiently. I don't need to know sign language to understand that. Okay, I get the message. After class, we can take a walk around the grounds together. It's a nice day today, okay? The assignment is actually very challenging to get through, combining aspects of being both difficult and unnecessarily long. Still, we finish it a few minutes earlier than anyone else in the class, despite our late start. June and Misha are really capable. They're quite different, though. The class rep is as calm and professional as she looks, while Misha is a lot more playful and girlish, not to mention a little more easily distracted. To be honest, the two of them did most of the work. I feel guilty about that. The clock tower bells ring, signaling the end of the period. Time for lunch. Without knowing what else to do, I follow Misha, who's beckoning me into the hallway and down the stairs. We descend even below the lobby where I met Mutoi, down to the bottom floor. Just like everything in the school, the cafeteria seems too spacious and oddly modern in contrast to the classic exterior. Its big windows open to the courtyard, towards the main gate. It's the cafeteria! Her enthusiastic statement of the obvious makes people around us stare, but Misha doesn't seem to care, so we proceed to the line. There's a rather long list of menu options, which seems great until I realize that many of them are to accommodate students who need special diets. How nice. It almost feels like I'm back at the hospital, eating portions measured with scientific precision to meet the needs of the patients. I pick something at random and follow Shizune to a table, sitting opposite of her. As I nibble indifferently at the food I'd rather not eat, Misha pokes me in the side to get my attention and points to Shizune. I don't understand sign, so the point escapes me. Maybe looking at a person who talks to you is proper and polite. Do you want to know something? What? About anything. We're your guides, so you should ask if there is something. I wonder. So, with 28 minutes, we're already past literally any amount of time that skipping through routes took me last night. I have been sitting in a chair all day. Okay. Alright. So, interesting thing about this choice. You get 2 routes going down this one. You get 2 routes going down this one. You only get this one. You only get Shizune's route, but you also get this bad ending by taking this one. Not right away, of course, but six endings, and they all come from here. Like the 2, 2, and 2. It's interesting. Shizune intrigues me, and I kind of want to ask something about her. But I can't really ask about something that personal, can I? I can't come up with anything else to ask, or just focus on my food while the girls talk between themselves. Misha and Shizune sign back and forth very animatedly, throwing sideways glances at me, but Misha refrains from translating. Maybe they are talking about secret girl stuff or something. No, this is the first choice that kind of leads you down paths, but there's other choice, so... It's not just by this choice, but, it's a real good, like, indicator of how to get to it. Like, Shizune's deafness leads to Shizune's route and the Act 1 bad end. Ask about the library leads to choices for Lily or Hanako. And then I think I have everything I need to know leads to Emi or Rin. That same point comes to you get a similar thing with wait for Shizune and Misha to stop talking, read your book, or talk to Hanako. Talk to Hanako leads you to Hanako and Lily. Read your book is Emi and Rin, and then wait for Shizune and Misha to stop talking is Shizune's route and the Act 1 bad end. Those are the kind of two separate, yeah, those are how it kind of breaks off. I quickly notice a conversation in sign is not enough to fill the silence. We arrive in the classroom early, but we're not the first. That dark-haired girl I noticed before is slumped over her desk at the last row. She jumps a little when Misha crashes into the room with the elegance of a rhino. She shrinks deeper into her seat. I can feel her tension all the way from here. She was slowly turning into stone just from our presence. Still gonna damn you by doing a bunch of Lily Hanako stuff. That, yeah, it's pretty generous with it. I have my guide for it, and that's it. Holy shit, did the Cubs walk it off? No, Milwaukee's got the fucking lead. Sorry, checking baseball scores. Misha and Shizune either don't notice or don't mind it, as they walk directly past her to their seats and begin to converse. Lily appeared in the library and Emi started ignoring Hiseo. I'm not sure exactly the whole composition of Act 1. There's 50 scenes in Act 1, and a ton of choices. It's all very interesting. I'm left wondering about her, even when the classroom slowly fills with other students and finally the teacher. Getting into the rhythm of school feels strange. It's as if my brain remembers how this is done, but my body doesn't. Towards the end of the class, I start yawning and counting the minutes left. I shouldn't be this tired on my first day of school. Maybe it's the long time spent in the hospital that made me feel like this. I'm even feeling physically weak and lifeless. Before long, the final bell rings. School is finally over for the day. Besides me, Misha and Shizune are having a short conversation. After a bit of deliberation, Misha turns to me. Unfortunately, we can't stay and show you around today, Hee-chan. We've got to hurry already, since there's a lot of work for us to do. You'll find your way around here, I'm sure of it. Wait. The teacher said I'd have to see the nurse. Where do I have to go? Is that so? We can at least show you that much. Come on, the nurses have their own building, so we have to go outside. We join the flow of students making their way down the stairwell and outside, with the girls pointing out other senior classrooms in the same hallway as ours. The best guides. When we get outside, the girls make their way to the smaller building right next to the school. It's built in the same style, so it looks like it's actually a part of the main building. This is the auxiliary building here. There's a lot of official and important stuff inside, like the Yamaku Foundation office and all the nurses' offices. They even have a swimming pool. How is that official? Don't be silly, Hee-chan. It's for physical therapy, of course. Anyway, all the nursing staff facilities are in there too. The head nurse's office is on the first floor. You'll be fine from here, right? We'll be going then. See you tomorrow. Yeah, thanks. Bye. A whole building for stuff that has nothing to do with the actual education? I guess it's necessary for a place like this. I walk in, hoping that this really will be only a quick visit like the teacher said. On a white door on the left is a green cross with the text, Head Nurse, and a nameplate. We never get to know his name. A voice from the inside responds to my knock almost immediately, but I can't quite make it out. Sounded like a bit like an invitation to open the door. Beats why Hiseo never chose swimming over Drake. Yeah, I don't know either. The real reason is they need an excuse for Emi. An invitation to open the door, so I invite myself further in. The room is not large and it smells strange. A friendly-looking man turns around on his office chair to face me as I enter. His desk is neat and tidy, but the bin under the table is overflowing with used medical utensils, and there are at least a dozen coffee cup rings lingering on the desk. No one in the ghost thumbless girl's route. Apparently he's been there hiding all along. Hello there, what can I do for you today? He is young-looking and sort of rugged, but the dimples in his cheeks wash that impression away when he smiles. Are you the nurse? He smiles like a person who has heard this very same question hundreds of times. Why, yes, I am. It says so on the door, no? You can call me by my name or just the nurse, like everyone else. Of course. I shake off my confusion, realizing I probably should grab his extended hand. His handshake is rather firm and friendly. Right, I'm a new student and my homeroom teacher told me to come and meet you. My name is Hiseo Nakai. His eyes light up with revelation as he snaps his fingers. Oh, you're that Nakai. I was just reading your file in the morning. Some kind of chronic arrhythmia and related congenital heart muscle deficiency, right? He gestures me to sit down in a vacant armchair in front of his desk. Yes. Good, well, you've probably been briefed about the school enough. I'll just go over this quickly. Isn't creepy for school. He reminds me of, what the hell is that dude's name? What the fuck is his name? He reminds me of, like, John Stamos. Like, he looks like John Stamos from Full House. That might be a reference that goes over everybody's head, but he reminds me of Jesse Kostopoulos from Full House, which I think is funny. We have all kinds of facilities available, mostly physical therapy and such. There's always someone from my staff around, even at night, so never hesitate to call us if there is a problem. The famous 24-hour nursing staff. Wow, this is like a hospital. Well, not exactly. For instance, we don't do brain surgery here. His joke feels so out of place that I'm left thinking why he even said it. Yeah, just that it's really weird to have so many medical people at a school. You'll get used to it. It's one heck of a similarity to make. You just... heavy vibes. Not so sure of that myself, but I don't let the nurse know it. Now, let me just find your file again. While he searches for something from his computer and shuffles stacks of paper around, I let my gaze wander around the room. It's the epitome of generic, I'd like to say. Beige walls and ceiling, dark gray laminate flooring, and all the equipment you'd expect from a school nurse's office. Even the ridiculous educational poster are hanging on the wall. On all four walls, reminding me to eat properly 3 times a day and from all the food groups. I'll fetch the guitar and mullet in a second. Smiling, the nurse draws a thick file from a stack of similarly thick files and opens it. So, you've already have medication for the arrhythmia. Just remember to take your pills every morning and evening or it won't be much help. Apart from that, do any sports? Rash stuff like, I don't know, boxing? He grins to his own joke, but I don't. Yeah, well, I played soccer occasionally with some classmates. Alright, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to recommend you refrain from doing that, at least for the time being. Oh. My lack of reaction makes him raise an eyebrow, but really I'm not too bothered by him forbidding me to kick a ball around. I guess I never did it out of burning passion for the sport, just to have something to do. Any kind of concussion might be very dangerous to your heart, and risking another attack is not a good idea. Was the previous one caused by a sudden concussion to the chest area? There is no mention of the cause in your papers. Not exactly. I sidestep the question acceptably, and he glances at me over his papers, with a more serious expression on his face. Still, you need to keep your body healthy, so some exercise would do you good. We have physical therapy and such available as I said, but I don't think you really need such heavy measures. Just get some light exercise regularly. Brisk walks or even light jogging, jumping rope, that sort of thing. Swimming, maybe. There's a pool here. So I was told. You were? Very good. At any rate, I'm sure you've been told this before. You just need to take care not to overexert yourself. He wags his finger to emphasize the point. No need, really. I've heard this 1,000 times already. Absolutely no unnecessary risks. Take care of yourself. Okay. Reddit fascinates me. Yeah, I love all the fan art. It's awesome. He goes over my papers one more time and sets them on the desk, obviously content. Good, that's it then. Come meet me if you ever need something. I'm ushered out before I even realize it. A quick visit indeed. I end up standing in front of the main building and the auxiliary building, although to my eyes, they still look one and the same. It's the first real look I get at the other students, so I watch people coming out of the school, going towards the gate or the dorms. Everyone seems to know where they're going, and I still keep thinking that most of them don't look too special for being students at a special school. Then again, neither do I. Does that make me one of them? One of us? I should go somewhere too, to prevent me from getting lost. It's around dinner time, but I feel tired instead of hungry. The weariness in me only grows as I trudge towards the dorms, set a little way apart from the main building complex. There is a garden of sorts between the school and the dorms, shrubbery, flowers, and that overbearing smell of fresh-cut grass that fills the atmosphere. It dawns on my tired mind that the smell feels novel, because I haven't been outside at all for so long. The dorm building is big and made of red brick. Like the others, it feels way too pompous for what it is, so I push forward, going inside. It takes more time than necessary to fish out the key I was given from my pocket. Room 119. Despite the ornate exterior, the inside of the dorm is fairly new, functional, and boring. Just like in the main building, the halls and doors are wide to accommodate wheelchairs. The same goes for the elevators at the end of the hallways. I poke my head around the corner of the common room door. Inside, a few students are watching the television. One nods and gives a quick hello before turning back to the TV. Rin's dorm art was not part of the Brown University. Yeah, unfortunately. Seems that only the girls around here are sociable. I suppose that's perfectly fine with me. I climb the stairs to the upper floor. Here, small corridors branch off from the main hallway. Each of these minor halls seems to have a toilet and a shower, as well as 4 rooms. It's a quad. About halfway down the hall, I spy room 119. The nameplates on the rooms adjacent to mine are blank. I guess there are just 2 of us here. Light shines from below the door of room 117, so I knock lightly. Hello, is anyone home? From inside I hear a few movements, then the clicking of way more locks than I thought these doors had. After a moment, the door squeaks open. A bespectacled boy is standing in the doorway. He's looking at me very intently through his extremely thick eyeglasses. Who is it? Blind? No, at least not completely. Why would he have eyeglasses if he was? Everything university really does show extensively in consideration of wheelchairs as much as normal students. Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with that. It's interesting to see, but it's very cool. He leans closer to me until our noses are almost touching. His breath stinks of garlic. Hiseo Nakai. I'm moving into the next room. I thought I should introduce my... His face suddenly brightens in realization, and he stands back upright, thrusting his hand out in a smiling greeting, almost straight to my diaphragm. Oh, sup, dude. The name's Kenji. Hi. I take Kenji's sweaty hand and shake it, still a little rattled by the sudden change of attitude and vehement welcome. There were some suspicious-looking people going in and out of your room earlier. It was probably my parents. Your parents? You sure? Because they could have been some other people, too. You can't judge a book by its cover. His out-of-place proverb is left hanging between us awkwardly as I try to think of some way to respond. I'd say the chances are high enough. He shudders and makes some exaggerated hand gestures. You're a brave man, Hiseo. Me, I don't think I could trust the chances. The only one I trust is myself. Does that mean I shouldn't get to know you either? He thinks about this for a while. A wise decision. Damn, you are smarter than you look. Probably. What do you look like? I hope not smart. He squints his eyes and leans closer again, but I lean backwards to dodge it. Never mind, it doesn't matter. With that, he turns, fumbles around for a moment in search of the door handle, and shuts the door behind him. I slide the key into the lock of the door marked 119. Bleak beige walls, white linen, a desk made of some type of light wood. Ugly curtains. It's no one's room. Impersonal, like my hospital room was. My bags are sitting at the foot of my bed, looking a lot emptier than they did this morning. The closet is sitting open, stocked with my clothes. Also, it seems that there are a number of school uniforms hanging there as well. A note is pinned to the sleeve of one of the shirts. Hi, Hee-chan. We've unpacked your things and made your bed. They said that if these don't fit, then you should go to the office tomorrow. If you have any problems, you can always call us. Love, Mom and Dad. Well, at least I don't have to worry about unpacking. Kind of hoped I would have, then there would be something to do. It's still too early. I put the note down on the desktop and lie down on the bed, feeling drained. Lying there makes me want to read something, but I have nothing with me. I wonder if the hospital conditioned me for wanting to read whenever I have nothing to do. The restless urge just keeps growing until I have to stand up. Maybe it's stress or something. I was pretty nervous about it before coming, and for the entire day today too. I still am, I think. Damn, I have to distract myself somehow, so I won't be this unnatural all the time. Tomorrow I'll go borrow some books from the library. Yeah, I'll do that. But for now... The bottles of medication neatly arranged on my night table catch my eye. Man, a joke here, but more... Accidentally made a character ahead of his time. I don't know, I think he's... weird. The bottles of medications neatly arranged on my night table catch my eye. I pick up one and shake it just to hear the contents rattle inside, and then read the glued-on pharmacy label. Hoshiuta 2 tablets daily to stay alive. It doesn't really say that, but it could just as well. It's kinda twisted, having your life depend on chemicals like this. I resent it a little, but what choice do I have? With a sigh, I begin my new daily ritual of taking the right number of pills from each bottle, being careful to check the correct dosages. I lie down again, feeling hollow and uncertain, and after that I keep staring at the blank, unfamiliar ceiling for a long time. It doesn't start looking any more familiar, not even after darkness falls and long shadows draw across my room like fingers. The sheets feel slightly more comfortable, warm and nest-like against the chill that passes for room temperature here. Soon the lighter shade of darkness that is the ceiling looks like every ceiling does at night, and it becomes the only thing I recognize anymore. The night beckons me to sleep, and I feel the coldness of unfamiliarity and fear creeping up my spine once again. I keep drifting further away from the world I knew. Monday! Vince Official 124, hello! Welcome to the stream. Glad you could make it out. Oh. It was Monday. What is the scene list for the days, actually? So Monday took an hour. That was 4 scenes. Oh. The back. An hour in stream time, 44 minutes in game. I wake up in a strange room. Solid morning light shimmers against the light gray ceiling. I had forgotten to draw the curtains closed last night. This is my room, isn't it? My room. This is the 3rd room this year that I'm supposed to call mine. Various things around here remind me that indeed, it's me who is supposed to be the one living here. My bag's on the floor, my new school books on the desk. My numerous medications on the night table. I stare at the bottles for a moment, deliberating until I open a bottle, shake out a pill, and pop out a tablet from a foil sheet. I down them with a chaser of water without thinking about the chemistry. My uniforms are in the closet. I slink out from under the sheets and stretch my back before dressing up. Putting on a new school uniform feels like dressing in someone else's clothes. The artificial smell of generic detergent invades my nose, but the feeling of fresh cloth against my back is a good one. A natural one. It feels like a school uniform, as it should. It's not much different from what I used to wear before. That goes for other things too. So far, this place seems more or less like a normal school. Except for the people. I think back to my talk with Kenji yesterday. Misha's constant laughter and Shizune's sweeping sign language gestures. Well, I've only met 3 students so far. Maybe they aren't that normal, but I'm sure others are. Or perhaps people like them are what passes for normal around here. Yeah, what does pass for normal around here? What do people do? I didn't see a lot of kids hanging around after classes yesterday, so maybe there are clubs. If so, I wonder if I should join one. All through class, the question remains on my mind, so I decided to ask Shizune about it when we split into groups. After all, she did say if I had anything I wanted to know, I should ask her. She crosses her arms and shifts her gaze slowly to Misha, who looks more preoccupied with trying to grind the eraser of her pencil down so that the top is perfect and evenly flat. Sorry, Shi-chan. Is there something you wanted from me? Oh, I see. That's a good question, Hee-chan. My first thought is that means she doesn't know, which is worrying. Maybe I'm being too negative. Well, anyway, Misha, please don't prove me right. Oh, that's right. Everyone is encouraged to join a club. A lot of people do so because there isn't really anything else to do. There are also school events like the festival coming up in a few days. Almost every student in the school tends to help out with it, doing whatever. So, you actually transferred in a busy time. Maybe you can help out too. Sure. What's the festival about? Misha freezes. Well, I don't know, Hee-chan. The truth is it's a local event and I'm not from this area, so... I trolled my friend making a short V and using RenP for an expert from it, but changing the ending. I've never worked with RenP before, so I don't know what it's like. Cubs win! Walk off from Wilson Contreras. Get fucked, Brewers. That rules. Walk off single. I hate you, Brewers. Get out of here. She starts signing desperately to Shizune, asking her to bail her out. Shizune adjusts her glass at the end of an oddly grandiose flourish and starts signing hard and heavy. Huh? Oh. Who cares? RenP was fascinatingly easy. Oh, okay. Alright. Misha puffs out her chest as she shouts Shizune's words out at me with a disproportionate amount of pride. Too loud. I can see heads turning to look in our direction. Not so loud. Human beings evolve with each new generation. The ideals and beliefs behind a festival will inevitably change with time. Now, it's about delicious fried food and amusing little games that you play to win prizes. Ha ha ha. The teacher clears his throat very loudly, batting his long wooden pointer against his other palm like a baton. He shoots a very pointed gaze at us. Finally noticing where we are, Misha stifles a yelp and quickly quiets down. Shizune doesn't seem embarrassed at all, though, brushing it off without a care. We are in the middle of class and should start working. That's right, Shi-chan. What? That's right. Hee-chan, are you asking because you're interested in joining a club? Could have been my eyes playing tricks on me, but I think I saw a suspicious glance exchange between them. Misha's tone has also changed, although it does that every other word anyway. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Misha and Shizune look at each other again. Well, the instance of sisters Nori and Kenji something. That's fantastic. Oh, that's good. Still have that RenP. Oh, amazing. I'm about to ask what they have in mind when something dark flutters in my peripheral vision, catching my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the girl with long hair get up from her desk and slip silently towards the door. It doesn't seem like she was working in any group, and no one seems to notice her but me. I glance at the teacher, who's also looking at the dark-haired girl go. Why doesn't he say anything? Hee-chan, is something wrong? Do I look as uneasy as I feel? Or is Misha just looking at me looking after the girl who left? No, nothing. Okay, well, like we were asking, you don't have any plans for lunch today, do you? I thought I would go to the library and pick up some books. Not really. Do you want to have lunch together then? Sure. Yay! Okay, Hee-chan, perfect. The rest of class passes uneventfully. The girl with long hair never came back. Before I have the time to put any more thought into where she could have gone, the teacher informs us that it's time to stop working. Shizune looks more than a little annoyed that we only just barely managed to finish all our work on time. I'm just glad we finished it at all. It's not a contest or anything. Yes, it is, Hee-chan. Impossible. Really? Really. I've noticed this before, but it's kind of funny how Misha's always moving her hands and signing not only everything she says, but what everyone else is saying at any given time. Obviously, it must be so Shizune can understand it. Her eyes dart back and forth between Misha's hands and me. I don't know who I'm supposed to be looking at. I'm talking to Misha, but that might be wrong. Maybe I should face Shizune. I'm used to looking in the direction of the person whose voice I'm hearing, but really... Shizune can hear me, but it would be disrespectful to talk to to talk to her only through Misha. Then again, isn't that what she's doing? No, she's at least looking at me. This is all very confusing and will take some time to get used to. Misha's drills that will pierce the heaven. Yes. The most powerful drills and the wahaha. Oh, feels long. I don't know why. More sounds for everyone who liked Misha's bubbly personality. I'm fine without having a Misha route. I think it would have made things weird. You would kind of had to go between either her or Shizune and not instead of one or the other. What happened? Oh, I think I had an internet buffer. I think we're fine now. I think my internet dropped a little bit. We should be good though still. Just a little like flutter or whatever. I have a couple dropped frames down there, but that should be... We should be fixed. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, it just says I've had a couple of... Oh, I clicked out of the game. It's not a contest, because contests are competitions over a prize. If there's no prize in line, it's not really a contest. Shizune's eyes flash dangerously with a competitive glare. She stares at me, as if surprised that I'm challenging her. I think maybe this is a contest to her. I never noticed before how dark and blue her eyes are. It's truly an alluring gaze. Are you sure, Hee-chan? Very sure. You're wrong, Hee-chan, because I don't want to be the slowest one in the class. Therefore, what's on the line is my confidence in my abilities, and the prize is the satisfaction of proving them. Wahahaha. Shizune pushes her glasses up the bridge of her nose in a very matter-of-fact way. I'd argue more, but the bell rings and she quickly gets up and picks up her bag, looking at me expectantly. I'd almost forgotten that I was supposed to have lunch with them. Where do you want to eat? The cafeteria? That's so plain. Okay, let's go. Collar insecure for group. Oh. No, she'll just be competitive even more. You really gotta play Shizune's route, because you'll understand. Plain? Well, I guess. In my old school, I liked to eat outside, near the back of the building. It was a good spot, but I didn't find it until near the end of my freshman year. I wonder if there's a similar place to eat here. Misha seems to imply as much. Shizune and Misha pull me towards the cafeteria, which is surprisingly not packed. Maybe some students favor eating in classrooms or outdoors. I saw some classmates had boxed lunches. After we finish eating, Misha picks up where we left off earlier. So, Hee-chan, you want to know about clubs and stuff, right? Right? Right, Chi-chan. Okay, I guess that makes sense to ask first. It's the competitiveness, I'm sure. Exchanging little nods of confirmation, they turn to face me again, and Misha straightens her posture as if she's about to deliver a speech. Hee-chan, do you have anything you're really interested in? I used to play soccer, but I'm not really into it. I don't follow the teams and players or anything like that. As of late, I usually just read a lot. There is a book club, right, Chi-chan? Right, but it seems that they have all the members they can possibly have right now. Sorry, Hee-chan. It's a really popular club. Okay, but more to the point, Hee-chan. Does this mean that you don't have anything already in mind? Not really. Good, great. That's great, Hee-chan. Really great. Why is it so great? No reason. Well, Hee-chan, other than clubs and the upcoming festival, there is one other thing. Student council. I see. I didn't know this school had a student council. That was a very melodramatic setup, though, just to tell me that. I'm pretty sure that the two of them know this, because Shizune looks a little embarrassed about it, and Misha is laughing. Shizune quickly retakes control of the discussion, in a manner of speaking. After all, it's still Misha who has to voice whatever she says. Right. Hee-chan, maybe you should join the student council. They could use more people. Yes, definitely. You should definitely join. Why? Well, for one, we can hang out every day, Hee-chan. Shi-chan and I are both in the student council. Actually, Shi-chan is the president. Starting to get the suspicion that Shizune and Misha might not exactly be the most unbiased people to talk about with us. I think DDLC was heavily inspired by this game. As if reading my mind, Shizune quickly adjusts her glasses and signs something to Misha. Of course we're not trying to get you to join just because we would obviously benefit from you joining the student council, and therefore have an incentive to try and get you to... So you're admitting that... No, we admit nothing. I mean, Hee-chan, of course it would be nice if you joined, and we'd appreciate it. But even without all that, joining the student council shows a healthy interest in the workings of one's school. Yep, it's true, Hee-chan. Besides, don't you want to spend time with us after school, Hee-chan? I might have to cut out the voices. I don't know how much longer this is gonna have to go. Oh. I think I'm gonna cut down. I'm not gonna do voices. Oh. I can't tell if she's being genuine or if this is just really good acting. Both of them seem to be trying hard to look their cutest, although they are already pretty cute to begin with. Well... So it's settled then. Welcome to the student council, Hee-chan. It feels really... Act 1 is long. I have to be honest. It's especially long when you've skipped through it, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times. I've done enough voice acting for every character in this game. But when you've... It's 7 days, actually. Because the festival's on a Sunday, and you start on a Monday. So it's settled then. Welcome to the student council, Hee-chan. What? No. Aw, see, Shi-chan. Of course it wouldn't go so easily. Nope, that's right though. Though it would be boring if it went that smoothly. Oh well, Shi-chan owes me candy now. You were betting on it? Hey, my life is not a game here. Shizune seems very intrigued by this when Misha signs it to her. The aggressive glint returns to her eyes. Wahaha, that's interesting, Hee-chan. Let's play a game. That's not what I said. How about rich man, poor man, Hee-chan? If you lose, you have to join the student council. No, absolutely not. Aw, why not? Well, because you two both have the same incentive, and therefore the same goal, which is to get me to join the student council, right? Yep. Yeah, that isn't my goal. But what this means is that both of you can team up and I'll be at a clear disadvantage. So I'll have to decline. Hee-chan, I'm very offended. Are you saying that you don't trust us? That we would pull something so disingenuous? That makes me sad. Sorry? It's hard to tell where Shizune's influence ends and Misha's thoughts begin. In order to atone for hurting a young girl's feelings, the dark horse in every route makes me wonder if even Lily and Hanako ended up betting over him. They might have. You should definitely join the student council. No! How about a game of paper football instead of rich man, poor man? Paper football? Yeah, it's a game they play in America. You make a paper triangle and then you try to shoot it past goalposts that the other players make with their fingers. Isn't it cool? It's like the ultimate form of competition between two people, Hee-chan. Off-screen betting. They probably did. Like the first time Lily invited him to tea, they probably bet on that. It's also played by elementary and middle school children, Shi-chan. Wahaha, that means it's a game that really separates the boys from the men. More like the boys from the slightly older boys. Anyway, I'm not going to play that either. Just the fact that you know about it means you're probably surprisingly good at it. Haha, yeah, that's true. How did you know, Hee-chan? Shizune frowns at Misha, telling me that she probably wasn't supposed to admit that so readily. I wouldn't say that I'm happy with their attempts to get me in the student council, but I'm a little curious about what the student council does here. I've never been on one before, or even known anybody who was a member, so it interests me. I also kind of like Shizune and Misha, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Miko reluctantly accepts. Okay, Hee-chan, how about Risk, the game of world domination? I don't know what that is. It's really fun, Hee-chan. You fight for control of the world with armies and everything. Sounds like Shizune would be good at it. If you want to play, we can after school. Ah, really, Shi-chan? We can play just for fun, Hee-chan. Shi-chan hasn't played in a long time, so if you want to, there are no strings attached. Well, okay. Okay. Perfect. We'll see you after school in the student council room then, Hee-chan. Wait, why there? Because that's where we keep the game. I grimace to tell them how much I do not like this, but it's more for show than anything. So in the end I agree, but only after getting Shizune to acknowledge that I don't mean anything concrete, just by accepting to take a look around and play a game with her. Lunch ends and we go back to class. During afternoon classes, the long-haired girl comes back and sits down in her seat without a word. Again, no one seems to notice, or if they do, no one says anything. I want to ask Misha about it, but I don't want to be nosy. After school, Shizune and Misha quickly find me by the first floor lobby and latch onto me, covering each flank in case I might try to escape. I feel a little offended, but I'd been considering it. Nevertheless, I'm a bit disturbed that enough people have made a break for it in the past that they're on their guard. What's with the escort? This doesn't make me feel very comfortable. In fact, it makes me feel like a dangerous prisoner being transported to his cell. Wow, what's wrong, Hee-chan? That's right, we're just gonna play a game of Risk, remember? I don't know, Misha, this all seems a little sinister to me. I started thinking that when they sit down to play the game, they'll tie me down and torture me until I agree to join the student council. Well, that's highly unlikely, but still. For some reason, it just seems like it would be so plausible. Getting to the student council room is as simple as turning 2 corners from where we started. What? That's it? This makes you guys being so on top of me seem a little silly. That's not true, Hee-chan. Shi-chan says when their life is threatened, people have shown the capability to pull off superhuman bursts of speed. Life is threatened. Her expression unchanging, Misha signs something amusedly to Shizune, who makes a baffling face and puts her hands behind her back, looking amused with herself. Misha feigns deafness and hums cheerily. Stop that, I know you heard me. You have no excuse, unlike Shizune. Shizune opens the door to the student council room. It's a little, very plain, sparsely decorated room, although it is quite large, and maybe even a little larger than a classroom. There's a big table in the center surrounded by chairs, and a smaller desk prominently placed in the back that I assume is Shizune's. There are a few regular desks and chairs stacked to one side as well. Extras, perhaps? Aside from the tables and chairs, the room doesn't have much else to offer. Just a couple of filing cabinets and bookshelves stacked with old-school records and documents. Not much else. In fact, nothing else. This is a pretty bleak room. You could at least put a potted plant in here or something. But the most noticeable thing that this room doesn't have is other people. Are we early? No. What do you mean, no? Does it mean nobody else is coming today? Yeah, that's right. Before I manage to ask why that's the case, Shizune claps her hands together very energetically. Hee-chan, let's play Risk. Come on, you promised, didn't you? You have to. Okay. Do you want to know the rules? We can explain to you while we set everything up. While Misha is talking, Shizune takes out what looks like a board game from behind one of the filing cabinets and throws it on the table. Actually, this looks kind of interesting. After Misha spends a little too long for her liking running through the basics with a somewhat vague and confusing tutorial, Shizune cuts in and declares the game has started with a decisive motion, slicing her arm through the air. Shizune's aggressiveness is rubbing off onto me. I start feeling more competitive than I intended to be when I agreed to this. Oh, I'm glad I'm not streaming tomorrow. A very short and boring game 1v1 too. Yeah, maybe. It sucked. Alright. Halfway into the game, while I try to ponder how to defend against Shizune's assault from two fronts, she breaks my concentration by drumming her fingers on the table to get my attention. Hee-chan, Shi-chan wants you to know that you are taking too long to make a move. Shi-chan also says that she will let you keep Australia if you agree to join the student council. I thought this was a game with no strings attached. Just the fact that she would dangle that over my head as an offer means that she knows I care about the outcome of this game. Anyway, no! Shi-chan admires your fighting spirit and would be a benevolent dictator who will spare your people if you agree to join the student council. Wish that Steam version of the game had mission modes. I have never played Risk before. It's not a game I have ever played. Ha 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 ha. You're so competitive, Shizune. She seems to take this as a compliment. I would expect the student council president to be a little more magnanimous. Magnanimous? She doesn't seem to know what the word means or how it's signed. She pulls out a piece of paper and writes it for Shizune, who in return signs it back to Misha. Misha presses her index fingers against her temples, as if trying to physically imprint the word into her memory. Suddenly, Shizune bursts into a flurry of gestures. Misha looks daunted by the pace of her heated signing. Wait, please slow down, Shi-chan. Shi-chan says you're gonna lose. Tell her I will crush her world empire with my rebellion. Okay. Those eyes of hers shine with a childlike mischief. She says you have no chance if you keep playing like this. No, you won't. Always the same question here. Oh, man. Magnanimous from his Magnum diction. He's either really mocking me or trying to trick me. I have nothing else to lose, though, so I might as well try something different. Maybe if I spread out my forces and try to control more territories, I can recoup the advantage. Shizune seems to focus on conquering whole nations. Maybe I can sacrifice my hold on continents to focus more on small countries. It's worth a shot. A few turns later, I end up losing the game anyway. Shizune adjusts her glasses victoriously, and allows herself to tentatively pump a fist in the air in celebration. I win! Yay! There's no need to translate that, it was pretty clear. Don't look so sad, Hee-chan. You're really giving it your best, that's what I thought. Sometimes your best just isn't good enough, though. If anyone knows that, it's me. You did very well for someone who just learned how to play today. Hee-chan, you attacked Iceland and North America at the same time. That's a very daring move. Shi-chan is impressed. The mark of a great people is that they are daring, and that they can follow through. You're already halfway there. Isn't that great, Hee-chan? That isn't enough, though. Just potential isn't enough. There's no point to potential if you don't take the first step, and there's no point to that if you don't keep going. I want to see more. You're right, Shi-chan, but that's so demanding. Shizune leans forward, suddenly looking a lot less playful and a lot more like the serious person I expected her to be from the start. Hee-chan, would you like to join the student council? She really doesn't waste any time, does she? But it's only my second day of school, so I'm hesitant about committing to something so early. Haven't even taken a look at any other clubs yet. But spending time with Shizune and Misha doesn't seem like something I would hate. I still need more time to think about it before I decide for sure. Maybe. I'll get back to you on it. Okay, Hee-chan, but I hope you're not just saying that so we won't feel bad. No, really. Really? Hee-chan, if you're gonna say that, you're saying that it's definitely the truth and there can't be any mistaking it. I know. I guess I should have my revenge for losing, at the very least. Shizune smiles at that in a mischievous way that feels like twisting the knife in a wound of my loss. I take a glance at the clock on the wall and realize I've spent far longer playing Risk than I expected. Too much fun over the busy work they're getting, though. A lot of it gets revealed in Shizune's route, so I'm not gonna spoil it for you. Gotta be honest with you. Yeah, will not do that. Sorry, I think I have to go. I wanted to go to the library. It's not closed yet, is it? Shizune scratches her head and gestures at Misha. How hard can it be to determine whether the library is open? There's a clock right there on the wall. It should be, unless the librarian is absent. I think you're right, Shi-chan. We think the library is open. It's on the second floor. Can't miss it. Do you want us to show you where it is? No, thanks. It's okay. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. One flight of stairs up and I run into problems. The second floor hallway is a carbon copy of the third floor one. We think library is open. Well, best guess and all. Wide, of course, and plain like only hallways can be. The problem is that the library's whereabouts are not as easily determined as one would think. Could a Machiavellian sentence is that? The classrooms are marked with signs stating which classroom they belong to, but then there's a plethora of other unmarked rooms. Is the library one of them? Or is it just somewhere down the hallway? I bet on the latter and choose my direction at random. After I turn around the corner, an unmarked door draws my attention because it's not closed. It's not open either, though, just barely ajar so that I can see it's open and nothing else. It would make sense for the library door to be invitingly open, and while this one is not quite that, it's good enough. At the very least, it means that someone is inside, and I can ask for directions, no matter how embarrassing that is. I gingerly push on the center of the door with my fingertips, every muscle in my arm, ready to pull back at a moment's notice. The feeling of being an outsider to the school can't be shaken from my mind, so much so that I instinctively fear doing something wrong by entering. The door slowly creaks as if groaning from a deep sleep, though it was much easier to open than I'd anticipated. Leaning over and poking my head even further, decided to gain sight of the room as fast as possible, the meek hello on my lips is quickly snatched away. It's Lily! This is not what I was expecting. I mindlessly let the door open to its full extent, taking in the sight of the solitary figure taking center stage in the otherwise abandoned room. The situation steals my voice, leaving me standing at the doorway, staring at the beautiful girl. Evidently having taken her time to assess. Definitely charmed by this. Yeah, it's such a nice, charming scene. I love this scene. It's very, very nice. Oh. Evidently having taken her time to assess the situation, the girl gently puts down her teacup and opens her eyes, but doesn't look at me. Hello there, may I help you? Staring directly in front of herself, the movement of her lips seems to break the silence rather than the words. However, it's the soft, measured voice that reminds me she's a being separate from the room itself. Not only is she likely the tallest girl I've ever laid eyes on, but even among the foreigners I've met she's strikingly distinct. Hi, sorry for intruding. I was just kinda lost. She takes a moment to formulate a response before speaking. Every action she takes feels as if it's carefully choreographed beforehand. Care to take a seat? Unexpected, considering that I'm intruding upon her. Thanks. I slowly step towards another seat opposite her, the girl resting the teacup and saucer on the wooden table in between. The way she doesn't track my movements with her head is telling. That, and the slight cloudiness to her eyes, means she must be at least partially blind, like Kenji. Come to think of it, her voice doesn't have any detectable accent either. I guess she must be half Japanese. Make her be able to play the piano on the planning board. Way too lopsidedly perfect. She was also initially going to play the cello. I believe that was. But they also cut that out. As I take my seat, her composure takes me slightly off guard. Her air of relaxed confidence makes the silence entirely comfortable. The calming atmosphere is so very different from the student council office. I take it you're a new student to Yamaku. Yeah, I just transferred in yesterday. I get the distinct feeling my speech patterns don't match the formality of hers, accentuated by her restrained bow of greeting. One which I hasten to match before realizing the futility of the action. I'm Lily Satoi. Pleased to meet you. Hiseo Nakai. She gives a nod before gesturing roughly in the direction of her teacup. Would you care for a drink? Sure. As much as it pains me, I can't keep step with the formality in the proceedings. She gives a kind nod, taking the request in stride. Without another word, she steps off the chair and prepares a second cup of tea from a collection of supplies laid out along a shelf. A brush here, a brush there, her left hand often lightly touching the side of whichever container she's pouring into. It seems to be a process she's followed dozens of times before. As I lean sideways to see around her back, she seems to use her long, dainty finger to measure the right amount of water in the cup. It's one thing to see the different disabilities the students in my class have, but it's quite another to see how everyone seems to adapt. Shizune and Misha have no problem working together to communicate to me, and Lily herself seems to have workarounds for problems I'd never thought of. While I feel slightly guilty about her doing the work, she seems pleased to be following the correct process of the offerer preparing the drink. So, her soft voice brings me out of my silent observance. Which room were you looking for? It's not often this classroom is visited after school. The school library. Some classmates told me it was on the floor. She finishes pouring water into a teacup as she nods, a small metallic tapping coming from the teacup indicating it being stirred. I'm aware of Miss Hakamichi, as are most students. To be with them means you're in class 3-3, no? That's right, in the science room with Mutoi. She gives a small giggle before setting down the teaspoon and slowly walking towards the table, teacup and saucer in hand. He's quite a character. I imagine you'll come to like him. Most do. She sets down the tea. I gently take and have a sip. Really more of a coffee person, but this seems like a rather bad moment to bring it up. Yeah, I don't get why he cut himself short either. I feel like most students would know about her. Since, council president and all. Nonetheless, the smell's quite nice. I hardly think it'd be hard to choke down. Thanks, Satoi. It tastes really nice. She smiles and quickly waves her hand in front of her face. Lily, please. There's no need to be too formal. She says this in spite of her exceedingly well-bred speech. Oh well. I guess I should try and ask her about herself, as it really doesn't seem as if she's catering to me. So which class are you from? I imagine it's one of the third-year classes. Correct, I'm in class 3-2, which is on the third floor, same as yours. It's taught by Miyagi, and is specifically for both the blind and partially blind student. She's interesting. A little thing about her. I see. Sorry. I feel like slapping myself for the faux pas. Looking at her face, though, she doesn't seem in the least bit put off by it. My, there's no need to change your speech on my account. Sure, sorry, I guess I'm really showing my newness here. An environment like this would be a big change, so I can't fault you for it. She doesn't really come up, but, considering she's only mentioned by name, there's a lot about her. Well, the same can't be said for everyone. Many have come to terms with their conditions. A category which would include her, it seems. All too ready to jump ship from this particular topic, I segue into another. Do you come here to drink tea often? It's a really nice place. Thinking on it, this might be her version of the place behind my school that I like to have lunch at. I come here fairly often during lunchtimes. My duties as class representative don't leave enough time for an official club, so a friend and I use this room for having tea. See, isn't a faux pas while talking to... Oh, okay. Actually wouldn't have known that. I keep looking at the amount of scenes left, and I'm getting despairing because I don't want to be here for another 6 hours. Oh. Act 1 is long. I'm too tired for it, I think. Two streams, nah. I think, where is it at? Yeah, but Act 1's already been read. I think what I'll do is... what is it? I have to find the right scene, but I think I know what scene I'll, Wait, where is it at? Is it this? I have to actually remember. Yeah, I have all that, which I'd like to... Okay, yeah, I think once we meet Rin, because she's the last character to meet, we'll go through and meet all 5. and then I'll just skip, because there's only 2 different scenes. So I can feel my voice like straining. I can feel it getting like caught in my throat. Class representative, huh? Compared to Shizune, her mannerisms seem to be almost completely opposite. While Shizune is blunt and fiercely driven, Lily seems relaxed and calm, almost aloof. Come to think of it, she might be useful for a less biased view of the school's clubs. What kinds of clubs are there to join? It's not that much time. It's, the scene is a private lunch, which is a little bit over the next day, so we get to most of it. Like, you get to choosing to meet to come to a decision. Yes, don't drag me up. Yeah, you get to most of it. So, yeah. The more popular ones are the track and field club, which uses the field near the school during lunchtimes, the baseball club and the book club in a room near the library. There are also numerous small ones too, though, such as the art and music clubs. At a time when I'm just wanting to get on my feet, rushing into a club right away seems slightly unappealing. I wonder if this school shares the same rule as my old one. Is it compulsory to join a club? It isn't, though it is encouraged. Good, that's a relief. I really let my guard down around this girl to let such a thing slip out. The fact seems to slightly amuse her. Not wanting my tea to get cold, I finally start drinking it as Lily does the same. Clandestine Encounters Club. As I look over to the window of her shoulder, I notice the light coming into the room has a distinctly orange tint. Even here, time doesn't stand still. The time's gone quickly. Sorry? Right, she's blind. Of course she can't see the sun setting. Just looks like the sun's starting to set. Seems to come as a surprise for her. I guess she must have lost track of time. Me and Hoshiuta running and winning a relay race in my fantasies. Fair enough. Sorry, Hoshiuta, I didn't mean to keep you from the library for so long. I quickly moved to allay her concern. No, it's okay. The library's still open, isn't it? She pauses and takes a moment to think on it. It's probably something I should have asked Shizune when I had the chance, but Lily seems likely to know in any case. True, it's open until 6:30 during weekdays. A quick glance at my watch confirms that I have well enough time to get there. I might get going in that case. It's been nice talking with you, Lily. She smiles and gives a deep nod, her hands still neatly folded on the table in front of her. It was my pleasure. Oh, come to think of it, shall I show you to where the library is? I couldn't possibly ask for more help. I should be able to find it all right. Well, unless my navigational skills fail me, which they seem to have a habit of doing. It's alright, I was going to be talking to the librarian in there in any case. I could introduce you. It gets better and better. It's pretty hard to deny her offer. If you're sure, then that'd be great. Thanks. As she stands up to follow me, she takes hold of a straight, retractable cane that had been slipped in the handle of her bag on the floor. Compared to the cane the boy in my class had, Lily's looks much thinner and longer. His must be for support, whereas Lily's is for navigation. Together we leave the peaceful room and enter the empty hallway on the way to the library. Side by side, my pace carefully slowed to match hers, we slowly walk through the hallway. It doesn't take long for us to arrive at the door to the warm-looking room, apparently situated in the center of the floor, rather than either wing. Ladies first. She gives an appreciative smile at the gesture, taking the lead as we file in. To the left is the wooden library counter, with the library proper being on the right. It easily dwarfs my old school's library, with a distinct smell of old books giving the place an almost old-world air. There don't seem to be a lot of students here. Considering the time, it isn't a big surprise. Lily the Superior School Guide, yep. Lily's great. I am a very big fan of Lily. Everyone's probably either in the school grounds or the dorms. Yuko, are you here? She says it to thin air, since the librarian doesn't seem to be present, and of course Lily can't see this. What's unexpected is that it draws a reaction. Something from under the counter thuds against it, followed by a quiet wail. Aww. The origin, apparently the librarian, quickly crawls out and bounces up to extremely rigid attention. Hi Lily, how can I help you? Her voice is strained in a failing attempt to sound casual, and she's rubbing the back of her head. Good afternoon. What happened just now? I heard a strange sound. It's nothing, I just hit my head. See, I dropped an eraser under my desk, and while I was looking for a pencil dropped, and when I was looking for both of them, you came and surprised me. Are you alright? I'm sorry, I couldn't know. It's okay, sorry for making you worry. This is nothing. I've had worse happen to me. She's quick to reverse Lily's apologies, almost frantically trying to push aside the possibility that she could be in any way inconvenienced by bashing her head on the counter. Yes, worse things have happened. The girl fidgets with her fingers as Lily doesn't seem to drop her concerned expression, and then she shuffles some papers around the counter for no reason. A little shorter than Lily, replete with glasses, freckles, and a very troubled look, she seems to fit a library perfectly. The woman who made Kenji the way he is. Lily, did you get my message? Message? Oh, the 2 imported books that arrived. Right, they finally came. Can't believe it took so long, but... Amidst her celebrations, partially for managing to change the topic, I'm sure, she notices me from the corner of her eye and freezes on the spot when she does. Oh, no, I'm sorry for not noticing you before. Did you need to check out a book, or return one? I'm sorry. The way she can so quickly shift between moods is a little unsettling. He's with me, Yuko. This is Hiseo, a new student. Hiseo, this is Yuko, the school librarian. Pleased to meet you. Hiseo, right, Hiseo. Pleased to meet you, too, Hiseo. For a second, she visibly attempts to engrave the name on her mind so she won't forget it. Yuko often arranges to import foreign books in Braille for me. Would you like to tell Hiseo a little something about the library? Lily's innocent suggestion is met with an expression of abject terror. Please, Lily, I can't. I don't know what he could be interested in. This is too much responsibility. How it's any responsibility at all, I don't get, but her objection is so sincere I don't doubt for a second that she would rather disembowel herself on the spot than tell me where the light novels are. But... So there are a lot of books in Braille here. I attempt to save the day by asking the first thing that pops into my head. Seems to work at least partially, as Yuko seems to not exactly relax, but at least look slightly less tense. Well, I think about a third or fourth of Yamaku's library is either Braille or audio. Makes sense given all the blind students that be here. It's only that, how come this library is so big in the first place? Well, we get a lot of new books regularly because the library is adequately endowed. That's probably why. I spend more on new books than on my salary, and then I have to organize and shelve them all. It's so troublesome and they waste so much. I wish I could quit this job. A very awkward silence follows this revelation of too much information. I'll go check the aisles then, if you don't mind. It's probably best for all of us if she doesn't keep talking to me. Very well. Meanwhile, Yuko, I would have those books if it's all right with you. My first impression was right. The library is surprisingly big. Ambling down the narrow aisles, I study the spines of the books in random order, occasionally sliding one out to read the blurb, taking it with me if it looks good. In a few moments, I have a respectable stack of books in my arms. I guess I'll never be stuck for choice in here. The normality of the library sinks in. Sure, there are large print and Braille books scattered throughout, but it is what it is. A library. It's as if the calm mood from the room I had tea with Lily in snuck within us here, unless it was here to begin with. Something about that puts me at ease, just like before. I reach the end of the aisle and find a collection of desks set up for study or personal reading. Going a little further, though, I discover a nice quiet corner at the back. While the rest of the library has the odd student sitting at a desk, either reading or stealthily sleeping, the back is pretty much deserted. As I glance around, I see... house dusk... Oh, that does suck, yeah. As I glance around, I see someone who I recognize sitting in one of the several beanbags. It's the dark-haired girl from my class, the one who snuck out of the classroom earlier. She's reading a book, keeping it close to her face, which makes her look like she's really into it. From the way she was acting today, I had her pegged as more of a delinquent than a bookworm. In fact, her mysterious disappearance from the class raises all sorts of whys in my head. Intrigue floats slowly but surely towards the surface, and before I know it, I'm walking towards the mysterious, long-haired girl. I guess there's no harm in introducing myself as I would with anyone else. She's a classmate, after all. Walking over to another beanbag, I take a seat and lay my book beside it. The girl starts, looking scaredly up at me from underneath her fringe. It is the first time I've seen her this close. Underneath her long, dense bangs, I can see that part of her face, at least a third if not a half, is pretty badly scarred. My eyes are immediately drawn to the scars, subconsciously peeking past her hair until they meet her own eyes. For a second, I am shocked and divert my eyes to the book in her hands before I realize that looking away probably only makes it worse. It takes too many seconds to collect myself and remember what I walked up to her for. Same choice. Yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. How can he so manage her smoking? Well, she is the mystery toilet girl. It's okay. The girl certainly doesn't look like it's okay, but I let it slide. So, do you mind if I sit here? Seemed to be very uncertain whether it's okay or not for me to sit, but finally she nods, just a little. Okay. I take the seat next to her and she hides herself behind her book. Mystery toilet girl. Life of Pi. Never heard of it. So, sorry again for startling you. I'm Hiseo. She looks up from her book, stalling a little before replying. I know. We are in the same class. Her speech is stilted and so quiet that it is barely audible even in the still library. Somehow I think that my delinquent impression of her was wrong. Hanako. I'm Hanako. I resist the urge to say that's a nice name, just to have something to say, but really it's the only thing I can think of. I feel like an idiot. Everyone here must be used to being different to each other, and here I am being all bothered and fussed about that kind of thing. Don't let me interrupt your reading. I'll just check these books out if you don't mind. She nods a little and sighs a little sigh of relief. Synopsis is definitely a good analogy for issues. Yes, I did a lot of name etymology for the little trivia document. So I try to read the covers and the introductions of the books I picked up, and she buries her face in her book. Uncomfortable silence consumes us. My eyes still wander to a direction, and I sneak peeks at her flowing hair and the scars it's hiding. After a while, I realize she's doing the same, and only pretending to be immersed in Life of Pi. Her gaze is not inquisitive at all, though. It darts around like a scared rabbit. When our gazes finally meet, the chain reaction is unstoppable. She stands up forcefully from the beanbag and takes a deep breath. I'm gonna go do something. Without warning, Hanako takes off and runs towards the counter. Her hair-like takeoff catches me so off guard that I don't manage to go after her until she has a good head start. By the time I reach the counter, she is nowhere to be seen. Lily and Yuko are happily chatting away. Knowing that I won't be able to catch Hanako myself, I approach the girls. Hey, did you notice a girl run past here? Maybe. What did she look like? Long, dark hair, kinda shy. She had, well, some scars on her face. You wouldn't be talking about Hanako, would you? Yeah, that's her. I saw her reading and tried to talk to her, but I think I scared her off or something. The famous quote. Oh dear. Yuko, would you excuse me? I had better try and find her. Sure, I'll just hold on to these until you come back. What's going on? I'm sorry, but I'll have to explain it to you some other time. Right, I'll see you later then. Lily hastily grabs her cane and hurries out of the library, leaving me alone with Yuko. I don't think I'll ever get the hang of this place. Did I do something wrong? What did you do? Nothing. I was just looking for some books and then she got this fit and ran off. The most offending thing I can think of was that I might have looked at her general direction a few times. Well, she is a very timid girl. It feels weird the second time. It's a little, yeah. Well, she knows Hanako. She knows how to navigate. Lily's good. You have to be very careful around her. She can be very jumpy, I think, and she's not accustomed to talking with other people. Isn't that a bit strange? I wonder. It's just how she is, I think. Yuko doesn't sound all that convincing. Then again, maybe this is just the norm around here. Everyone has their own problems, or else they wouldn't be here. But how should I deal with these people? Forcing myself to act overly casual only makes me feel phony. Execution for Hanako. If it's Lily, it's fine. They're close enough. Like I was supposed to be ignoring the elephant in the room. Yuko fidgets, looking like she wants to say something to that, but resists it. I think it's an elephant only if you feel that way. I guess she doesn't have a good sense of self-restraint. Makes me smile, and she blushes heavily. What? Did that sound stupid? No, it sounded really wise. I guess you're right, it's more about me than anyone else. Neither of us has anything to add, so Yuko fills the silence by shuffling some papers around. People who have papers on their desks really like doing that. Did you find any books? I should be closing soon. I mean, this library should be closing, but I have to do it. I hope that's not too inconvenient for you. Oh, yeah, I want some books, but I left them over there because I'll just go get them. I fetched my stack of books from beside the beanbags where Hanako and I were sitting and returned to the counter. Wow, you read a lot, don't you? I surprised myself with that too, honestly. At least when I really think about it. I had a lot of free time earlier this year, so I just kind of started reading books to fill that time. I couldn't do much else. I see. But she doesn't say anything else and just checks out my books for me. I guess this is what they call tact. Holding library books with one arm, I trawl my pocket for the key to the door. A sudden sound from behind startles me, making me nearly drop the books I'm carrying or the key that I almost managed to get into the lock. Who is it? I turn around to see who is talking to me. It's Kenji. He seems to be in a friendly mood, although the light glinting off his glasses in the dark gives him a sinister look. It's just me. This makes him pause and licks his lips nervously. Who is me? I don't know anyone called me. Are you some new guy again? His voice is suddenly strained and quick. Yes, but we've met before. Yesterday. I don't think so. I'd remember someone who I only met yesterday. When was that? What day is it today? I try to ignore him. Is he joking or what? Prove that we've met before. You live across the hall. You're Kenji. Kenji jumps back, his eyes filled with an uncomprehending fear. How do you know my name? Damn, this can only mean one of two things. Either we have met and you were telling the truth and I just can't remember it, or you were a spy. He pauses. A psychic spy. His eyes dart around me, trying to peek into my room, although it's hard to believe he can see anything through those thick glasses. His mood swung from friendly to manic in less than a minute. I'm not psychic. How do I know that? I'm not a mind reader. Kenji points a finger in my face damningly. Unlike you. Stop that, man. We met yesterday. What's wrong with you? I live in this room. Lies. If you think you can pass as Hoshiuta because I'm legally blind, you are sorely mistaken. You don't even look like him. I mean, the resemblance is real slim. Maybe at a distance, but who do you think you're kidding? I want to grab him by the shoulders and shake him. Exasperated, I rub my eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Stay there. Kenji comes closer, one careful step at a time. I stay still, lest he assault me physically, although I doubt he could do much damage even if he did. Oh, wait, I see it now. Damn, it really is you. Sighing again, and then once again for good measure, I step backwards, just in case. What's up, man? You don't look too good, I think. Something wrong? I don't know, just had something stupid happen to me. A few stupid things, actually. Even if you discount this one. I can't get a proper touch on other people here, and I have no idea if it's because of me or because of them. I don't know why I'm telling this to Kenji. It's not like we've had any contact either. That's rough, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry about calling you a psychic spy and all, but you can never be too careful. It's the hard reality we live in. I'm slowly starting to think that Kenji isn't necessarily living in the same reality as the rest of us. You see, this is how it is, the world. There is no justice, you see. Even when I lose, I win, because I don't lose the lesson. What does that even mean? It doesn't matter. He dismisses it flatly with a wave of his hand. So what happened? Why the long face? Do you have a long face? It's nothing. I just scared some girl off accidentally. Literally, too. She actually ran away from me. It's my fault, really, I think. I'm not very used to all this yet. A girl? A cute one? Cute? That's a hard question. She had a nice body and really beautiful hair, but the face... I guess it could go either way. Oop. Yeah, cute, I guess. I knew it. There are a lot of cute girls here, a strangely disproportionate amount. I believe this is one of the dark secrets of this school. I tried to warn you, man, but did you listen? I don't remember any such warning. Dark secrets? Yes, dark secrets. Extremely dark, like a black hole. Hanako and Lily are the actual psychics. Have you noticed that the number of girls in this school is slightly but significantly higher than the number of boys? It's like 60-40. He turns his head to the left and stares off into the distance at nothing. Why is it like this? I mean, to the trained eye, it doesn't appear to be that bad, but that is a full 20%. One would think that a school with such a huge pool of women would be a man's dream, but no. What I'm about to tell you could blow your mind. Are you ready? I don't know where this is going, but I think I won't be missing much by cutting out now. No, I'm not ready. I only get as far as turning the doorknob before Kenji starts talking again, showing that he doesn't really care if my mind is blown or not. I believe that this school is a battleground, the site of a feminist infiltration. This disparity in the number of men to women is a clear sign of how far they come. In case this Cold War turns hot, they will have superiority in numbers. Just another skirmish in the eternal war against the forces of the feminists. They're everywhere. In Japan, women outnumber men. It's not a 60-40 split, but it's only a matter of time, man. Even in America, women are the majority by a hair. They're building up their numbers. In the past, the buildup of a military has always been the clearest sign of imminent war. Japan is just the first step. Our economy is badass, and the country itself is small and isolated, yet a huge part of the Pacific in terms of political value. Yamaku Battle Royale. The perfect target. They're so cunning. As expected of women. The Fortnite killer. Soon the day will come when Kenji's voice trails off ominously. That is why you can't trust them. They will string you along and then kill you, just as they killed me. You will end up just like me. Oh, hell no. I can't stop myself from blurting it out. Hey, what the hell does that mean? You said it, not me. It's the best I can think of. So? You're not supposed to say something like that? Damn, so rude. Where was I? Oh yeah, vast feminist conspiracy. Stop it. Stop. I lost you way back there somewhere. Somewhere around feminist infiltration. Too hard to follow? It's cool, I have some graphs and stuff in my room. And puppets. You like puppets? No puppets. You don't like puppets? Okay. Graphs are still cool though, right? He speaks energetically, responding almost before I'm done talking, moving his hands in animated way as he continues to rant on. This is too strange. I had him pegged as relatively normal, but it's clear that I was wrong. Something on your mind, dude? Just thinking about what it's like to be the last sane man in an insane world. Kenji frowned, looking deeply upset. You mean that's you? That can't be, because I'm the last sane man in an insane world. That is my dream. You can't just steal a man's dream. What the hell? There can't be two last sane men. It would invalidate the whole last part. And that part is kind of important. Pegged. There can only be one. Like in that foreign movie, there can only be one. And in the end, there's only like one dude left. Because that was the point. I have never seen anyone talk so heatedly and so defensively about absolutely nothing before. Anyway, if you wait here, I can get my graphs. Let's have a list of the other dark and complex conspiracies that this school holds, as tangled as... Quick, finish my analogy for me. Be a pal. I'm going to bed now. It's extremely late. That doesn't sound like an analogy, but whatever. I like you. You seem like a cool dude. Most people don't understand what I'm talking about when I try to explain the vast feminist conspiracy to them. Denial is a terrible thing. Later. Claps me on the back and then vanishes into his room so quickly and quietly it's like he didn't even open the door, but instead walked right through it like a ghost. I don't know if I can fully digest what just happened, so I give up and just go to my room, kicking off my shoes before falling face first into bed. Takes me some time to relax and get up so I can get started on homework. It's because the sheets are cool and comforting against my cheeks, and it feels good just lying there with my eyes closed. The school is like some kind of bizarre and surreal island. It's isolated on top of a mountain, and each person is stranger than the last. I just can't seem to fit in. What irony. One would think that fitting in a place that's made for people who are unfit for anywhere else would be easy. Maybe I'm trying too hard. Although I say that, it doesn't help take the edge off, and the words are left echoing off my empty walls. I guess it's not as bad as I expected, though. This place really is more a school and less a hospital pretending it's a school than I thought it would be. If nothing else, the scenery is beautiful. I open one eye, seeing the school books and bottles of pills arranged side by side on my desktop. Maybe this place is too much like a normal school after all. Okay, I actually have to go use the bathroom though. So, I'll be back. let's keep on our trek and then we'll get to new content. I feel very tired this morning, probably because yesterday itself was a very tiring day. On top of that, I woke up far earlier than necessary. After saying hi to Shizune and Misha, I start doing the work as instructed from the board. It already looks like today is going to be heavy. I don't have a problem with that now, though. Shizune and Misha might jump on me trying to get an answer about whether or not I've decided to join the student council, even if it's just one day. I wouldn't put it past them to try, and I don't have an answer for them if they do. So the situation is convenient for me. About 10 minutes into class, Hanako walks in and takes a seat, but no one looks at her. The teacher doesn't even comment on her lateness. He does, however, stop us to say that we're going to break into groups again. I turn my head and see that Shizune and Misha are looking at me. Shini gives me a smile that is equal parts cute and menacing. This is a smile that says, "We have you now. There is no escape." Hee-chan, looks like we're together again. Yay yay. Misha leans sideways while Shizune pushes her desk closer to mine. There really is no escape now unless I were to jump through the window. Jumping out the window isn't the best option, sadly. What's wrong, Hee-chan? Oh, Hee-chan, have you been thinking about what you said yesterday? You said that you would think about joining the student council, didn't you? It's okay, Hee-chan. We were talking about it after you left, and it would be rude to expect you to already have an answer for us this early, right? Right. I'm so happy you two are able to have a laugh at my expense, and even more pleased to know that you both know how crazy the two of you can be. Now that that's over, Shizune snaps back into serious mode and smacks today's assignment with the back of her hand in an overly dramatic and important way. When I actually look at the stuff, it's mostly just reading. In fact, there are only 2 problems. Kenji will give him a hand, no worries. I almost want to say something about how her rush to get started seems a bit much, considering the small amount of work. In fact, Shizune probably knows how little work there is and simply doesn't care. Yeah, it seems like the workload doesn't matter to her as much as the fact that there is work. The actual amount is unimportant. She approaches everything with the same level of ambition. While I'm reading, I let my eyes wander around the room and catch Hanako trying her hand at solving the problems. It looks like she's working alone. I can't remember seeing her working with other people before. Thinking back to how shy she is, it's understandable. Hey, that girl over there. Huh? Who, Hee-chan? Her, Hanako, over there. Does she always work alone? I think so, Hee-chan. Do you feel sorry for her because she's alone? I was just thinking that maybe she could work with us or something. No, I don't think that would be a good idea, Hee-chan. Why not? Shi-chan wouldn't get along with her. Why? Misha shuffles around the question, letting out a laugh that sounds very strange. It's nervous, but still has that lilting up and down quality present in everything she says. Just because, Hee-chan. By now, Shizune has noticed our conversation, and it makes me realize again how Misha has been signing everything she has been saying this whole time. What, Shi-chan? The friend of my enemy is my enemy? That sounds so harsh, I'm not going to say that. You said it anyway. I know, Hee-chan. It's fine if you overhear. I wonder if this is Misha's way of keeping things fair, since without her I wouldn't be able to understand a thing Shizune is saying, and vice versa. Is that also why she signs all the time? So there's never a conversation Shizune will be left out of. Anyway, we should start on the problems now, Hee-chan. We finished with time to spare, so I'd ask if there are any alternatives to the cafeteria, as frankly the food so far has been subpar. This sends Shizune and Misha arguing among themselves about their favorite restaurants. All of them are downtown, so I don't think they have time to go all the way there. And what about the bill? Are they arguing just for the fun of it? Maybe. They seem so distracted by it that they don't even notice the start of the actual lunch break. I look over my shoulder towards the back of the classroom. She seems to be studying her notes from the previous class. It's an odd sight. Everyone else in their class is busying themselves with the lunch break. Hanako, by the way, she looks slim as a stick, but she is... She has one NSFW scene, yes. She doesn't look that thin. Like, she looks like a normal person. Her arms are pretty skinny, I'll give her that. Socializing, gossiping, rearranging desks, the ones with actual box lunches mixed in and chattering like everyone else, only interrupted by short bouts of eating. When I watch Hanako, it feels that I'm the only one who can see her. Almost as if she was invisible, sort of hiding in plain sight. Is she being bullied? Is she isolating herself from the rest of the class on her own accord? I see her look over her shoulder towards the classroom's rear door. Come to think of it, she hasn't turned a page since I've started watching her. I guess she's waiting for someone. What to do? The answer here is we're gonna wait. Misha and Shizune are still arguing about their choice. Should probably save. It's been an hour. We're almost 2 hours and back. Looks like it's from Death Note. Well, a little bit, yeah. God, that one is so long. There's a reason I've only done this once. I would have no voice if I did this for every route. Still arguing about their choice for lunch place. Incomprehensible for a pair of high school students who have to take a taxi at least to make it downtown and back in time. Haven't you finished already? Oh, sorry, Hee-chan. Were you waiting for us? You don't have any plans. Plans? Makes sense to only do it once. Because once you play it, once you play it once, you understand everything. It's pretty straightforward. It's why that, like, when I'm doing different routes, I only read the stuff that was new, because that's new information. The rest of it is old information. Well, I don't, so I thought I could hang out with you guys. Misha smiles victoriously at my lack of plans and excitedly transits my response to Shizune. If you don't have anything specific planned out, do you want to eat lunch with me and Shi-chan? We're gonna go to town for lunch, though. Don't worry, Hee-chan, it's not that far. Sure, I'll come with you. And with that, we leave the classroom. Just around the corner of the hallway, something hits me in the chest with the force of a runaway train. Ouch. Opening my eyes, I see a pair of saucer-like green eyes looking up at me. They belong to the perpetrator, a short girl who bumped into me and has now fallen down onto the hallway floor. She wears a PE uniform and a very worried frown. The former strikes me as a rather strange thing to have on during a lunch break. More striking than that, though, is that she doesn't have legs. Or she does, but they are not flesh and bone. Her pale and very much flesh and bone thighs end in shins and feet made of some black metallic or plastic-like material. They look disturbingly artificial and unnatural. It almost makes me forget that my chest is hurting. The girl has been tormenting my dreams lately. Oh, Emmy. The girl winces a little, rubs her nose, and jumps up. Nah, man. Hey, are you alright? Sorry about that, really. I wasn't looking where I was going and you just came out of nowhere. Sorry. She's looking really apologetic in the hurt puppy way of looking apologetic. I quickly forget about being angry or anything, since hurt puppies are my weak spot. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Ouch. I say that, but there's a stinging pain growing in my chest, and I know that this is about the biggest possible danger for my condition. Don't overexert yourself, don't forget your medication, and most of all, don't get hit in the chest. I try to rub my solar plexus to chase the pain away, holding my breath in an attempt to hear my heartbeat. What you headbutted was my heart that day. It was love at first sight. Oh, that's so cheesy. That seems normal. Hey, should I get a nurse? The worried high-pitched voice of the girl snaps me out of it. I stare at her for a few seconds, dumbfounded, till I realized that I probably looked worse off than I really was, doubled over myself and looking all tense. Damn, I'm overly worried about my heart. No need. I'm fine. Managing to say something in response, I pull myself upright, feeling my sore ribs one last time, and take a deep breath. She just knocked the wind out of me, big time. But it's nothing more than that. You sure you're okay? I hit you pretty hard. It's okay. I said I was fine, and nothing's broken. No harm done. It would solve every distance problem immediately. Maybe. That's good. I feel a hand on my shoulder at the same time. The girl's eyes widen in horror and peep. I don't have time to look behind me because Shizune is already shoving me aside and stomping over to the girl, signing furiously at her. Miss Iberzaki, I saw that. Running in the halls is strictly forbidden. Misha translates right on Shizune's tail, but her voice is girlishly playful, not full of the divine fury Shizune's arm movements would seem to call for. Sorry, I was just going to get some stuff and I was kind of in a hurry. You've been told this 1,000 times before. Your reckless behavior endangers other students, and even worse, it's explicitly against the school regulations. The girl blushes and starts to fidget nervously like a little child caught misbehaving. It's so cute I find myself smiling. I know that I was just... Make sure that this will not happen again, although I'm sure telling you this is futile. No one causes me further headache when you choose to ignore those regulations. Drawing a rune for a magic spell. She's doing Naruto hand signs. Got that, Emmy? The small girl sticks her tongue out in response. Ah! I gotta go. Teacher will have my head. I promised I'd help with printouts, but I went running instead. Sorry, but I've got to change and everything. Before Misha or Shizune or I can say anything, she's already bolted from where she was a second ago, almost halfway towards the stairwell. Shizune looks like she's about to go nuclear on the spot, so I smile at her in a vain attempt to calm her down. Are you okay, Hee-chan? That Ibarazaki girl is always like that, causing trouble to others. She's back into it again. She can't be contained. No, I'm pretty certain Shizune wouldn't call me Hee-chan. Never mind, never mind. Anyway, I'm okay. Just got the wind knocked out of me. That's great, Hee-chan. I wouldn't call that great, but I let it slide this one time. So let's hurry, Hee-chan, to have lunch. We promise it'll be great. I'll take your word for it. What kind of a place is it? A restaurant or something? It's a tea house, Hee-chan. A tea house. That sounds kind of fancy. Why are you looking at your wallet, Hee-chan? It's okay if you don't have any money. We'll cover for you. Oh, absolutely. It would absolutely have heavier disciplinary consequences. They actually bring that up one time. That's really nice of you. Thanks. It's okay, Hee-chan. After all, we're friends. Right, Hee-chan? It's only been 3 days. Are we really friends that quickly? But hearing that makes me happy. It's only for today, though, and only if you accept right now. Do you want to go, Hee-chan? I start wondering if this is some kind of trap. Is this Misha's suggestion or Shizune's? It's important. Still a little apprehensive about the possible motives of a girl whose favorite pastime is the game of world domination. No, I'm just being paranoid. Actually, they have grown on me already, and I do have to go to town sometime. So why not now, with them? I've never actually been to a tea house before. All my expectations are from what I've seen about them on TV. But those are period dramas, and these are modern times. It might just be a regular cafe, and they're just calling it a tea house. Either way, I'm curious about that too, so there's another reason for me to join them. Sure. That's great, Hee-chan. That's great, that's great. Yay. Misha hops up and down briefly to show how happy she is, which causes a few heads to turn towards us. Shizune opts for a polite, tiny clap that lasts for all of 2 seconds before she goes back to looking stoic as usual. Would it kill you to be a little happier, Shizune? Oh, I wasn't aware that Hee-chan was a king. Haha. Shizune pushes her glasses up as Misha delivers her message, totally without sarcasm. I guess it would sting more if she could say it with the intent Shizune meant behind it. So for once I'm happy to have Misha as a barrier between us. I'm not telling you to jump for joy just because I'm having lunch with you. I'm not that arrogant. She seems to accept this, and we head for town with Shizune leading the way. Watching her walk in front of me, I notice that she walks very quickly, taking long, heavy, determined strides. Maybe if we were traveling through a snowstorm it would make sense to walk like that, but it's a perfectly clear day. Anyway, it's making me feel exhausted just watching her. We arrive at the tea house in what Misha says is record time, likely because of Shizune's blazing pace. I feel a little let down, seeing that it's not a huge feudal-era building with mats on the floor and women in kimonos pouring the tea. Love how debative She really grew on me when I did her route the first time. It actually looks more like a cafe as I thought. Not that it's a bad thing, it looks very nice. But that's yeah, it's all about perspective. As soon as I walk through the doors, someone zooms in front of us as if they had been lying in wait the entire time. Welcome, thank you for patronizing this establishment. The top half of her body drops forward in a bow that looks like an axe chopping through wood. I'm surprised to see that it's none other than Yuko, the librarian. Hey, I didn't know you worked here. Oh, yes, I do. I'm a waitress. I've been working here for 1 year, 6 months, and 2 weeks now. Thank you for choosing to come here. Is there anything I can do for you? Hi, Yu-chan. Hello. Misha, you both know her too? Of course, Hee-chan. Yu-chan works in the library after all. I don't go there often myself, but Shi-chan knows her. And we both come here a lot, so it's like we see her all the time. Yuko, the hard-working conspiracy mastermind. Yes, should I get you your usuals? And if there's anything you would want, please feel free to tell me at any time. You don't have to be so formal, we all know each other. It's also pretty empty today, so she can afford to take it easy. I was hoping she would stop looking so nervous, but my words have the opposite effect. No, I'm a waitress, this is my job. I have to do it properly. Yeah, Yuko would feel weird too to me. I'm fine without it. Okay, that works for Shi-chan. Yu-chan, please get Shi-chan what she usually gets, and I'll have some green tea with milk and honey. No pressure. Yes, but this is my job, and there's always pressure. I'm sorry, I'm arguing with a customer. Sorry. Yuko takes another 100-mile-per-hour bow. I decide to give up and join Shizune and Misha at a table. As soon as I sit down, Yuko comes by looking even more upset than before. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I forgot to take your order. I'm not attentive to customers, that's not right. I'm sorry, if there's anything I can do to make up for it, please tell me. It's okay, Yu-chan. He-chan didn't order anything, so it's not your fault. Don't be upset. Oh my god, Executive decision. I can't read any more of this. I'm sorry, it's too fresh in my mind still. We're just gonna... I can't. We're just gonna get to new stuff. It's been over 2 hours already. I can't do it. Act 1 is so goddamn long. Yes, here's Rin. Wonderful Rin. We just did her route. No more spoilers for me too. Time to 100%. Yeah. I can't read the whole thing. It'd be 6 hours. I don't want to be here till midnight. I'm very tired. Alright, we got a decision here, but... decision we've always made. Also, hi, Mr. Clever Trick. I'm glad you can make it out. I'm glad you decided to comment right on the point where I give up. I don't remember what the actual other scene is, though. This is where Emmy we meet. Yeah. The running. Naked Kenji ranting in the shower. Okay, I'm gonna... this is always a fun scene. It's basically me when I got to... yeah, it's why I only read it once. Alright. We will get to read the entire Manly Picnic, though. This choice is... don't drag me into this, I've done my part. The Cold War. I do not remember what the new scene is. Or the scene before the end, which is interesting. And trying to bail out on... this is kind of a, slightly spoilery for, Shizune's Act 1, but I mean, that's fine. Actually managed to join the student council, but... oh, this is the one where you go for it, that's right, I remember. Okay. This is an interesting part. We're gonna get a change right here. Slow recovery. Okay, new scene. New scene time, which means voices are back. Only 2 pairs of eyes remain keenly following me as I walk to my seat. I'm not surprised in the least when I feel Misha's fingernail prickle through my shirt about 15 seconds after seating myself. Where were you? None of your business. I know this is probably the worst answer I can give as it only serves to pique their curiosity, but I have no energy to come up with elaborate cover stories right now. Very easy way to get into Emmy's kind of. However, Misha backs off. She's unexpectedly fast to give up today. In a minute, she's back at poking me with her finger. Come on, tell us. Shi-chan is very interested, too. It's just my wishful thinking. She just talked about it with Shizune, probably devising ways to get me to spill the beans. No. She retreats to negotiate again. As a member of the student council, it's your duty to tell us why you're skipping class, especially if it's something fun. So this scene is in the game because you, in the, I don't remember what scene it was. After, I think this Thursday, I don't remember exactly, but the one where you start making stands with the student council, you do join the student council. And so this is how you get out of it. You're spending time with someone else. Yeah. But yeah, this is how you get out of the student council. God damn it. She just doesn't know when to stop. Yeah, fine, whatever. I'll tell you. I was having a great time. I had a heart attack first thing in the morning and then hung out with the head nurse for a few hours for kicks. Best morning of my life, I gotta tell you. Trying to imitate her ridiculous lilting speech while keeping my voice so low that nobody else hears me. The words come spitting out of my mouth. Hee-chan, you had a what? Seriously? Just drop it. You heard me. But Hee-chan, this is important. No, really. Leave me alone. In the middle of class, too. But Hee-chan... Misha sounds concerned, or maybe panicky. I wonder if she realized herself that this wasn't the best of ideas to be so damn intrusive. Why does this break them off that... Well, you'll see. I let her simmer in her own juices for a while before replying. It won't translate to Shizune, but I don't care. Piss off, Misha. Tell Shizune to do so, too. That's exactly it. That is literally why it breaks it off. As the words leave my mouth, I immediately regret saying them, but it's not like I can take them back anymore. To my partial surprise, Misha actually shuts up, though I don't bother checking if she passes the message to Shizune. Doesn't matter either way. Mutoi ends his class in some generic talk about the festival 2 days from now. Misha, and by proxy Shizune, doesn't bother me for the entire morning. When the bell rings, I don't even look at the two of them as I walk out of the class. It's crowded in the hallway, or as crowded as hallways in the school probably get. Most of the students seem to be heading down to the cafeteria. Normally I join the flow and grab a lunch myself, but today is different. Today I've been invited to lunch on the roof. An odd location, but that's where I was told to go. Fortunately, I managed to find shelter from the storm in the lee of the classroom door. Eventually, the torrent subsides, and I step tentatively out into the hallway. Alright, and then this... yeah, foot and mouth. Here we go. And this is Emmy and Rin eating on the roof. The talk about the figure. So yeah, the thing with this route is that, you know, you look like you're going down the student council path, then you break it off. Because this is what? Oh, this is a new part, actually. Yeah, the thing with it is that, yeah, you look like you're going down the student council route, and then the thing with Emmy happens. You break it off with the student council. You already broke it off with Lily by, don't drag me and I've done my part. That's always the break off for Lily, I believe. And then you just don't do enough with Emmy and Rin to get onto either of their routes. So you kind of get caught in limbo. After about 10 minutes of restlessly shuffling in her seat and trying to read, Hanako closes her book and leaves too. As should I, since the assignment is all but finished and there's nothing else to do in the classroom. Not really feeling energetic, I just go straight to my room and read for the rest of the day. Alright. 2 scenes, Don't Panic and The Deep End. The next day, I wake up feeling a little lightheaded. It's almost noon already. Dirtband. Sleeping late is fine, since it's a Sunday and there are no classes. Not just a Sunday though, but the festival as well. From my window, I can already see some people at the soba booth slinging noodles onto plates for people with a craving for low-quality food. I throw back a handful of my morning meds and ponder how to spend the day. There will be a few exams in the coming week, but I don't consider those as ominous as others, so I'm not as worried about them as I probably should be. With no urgent obligations regarding education, I should be free to spend the day at the festival as I like. My first ending ever. That is a rough way to start the game. Finishing my morning routine, I exit into the hallway, intending to go out and find something to eat. Passing by his door, I decide to see what Kenji's up to out of impulse. I'm curious if he has any plans, since everyone is doing something. Then again, I can picture him having built a soundproof shelter in his room. Or possibly something like a fort, complete with a "No Girls Allowed" sign, and with the girls crossed out and body crudely scrawled underneath it. Knocking on his door, which is luckily devoid of any kind of sign, I hear again the unsettling clicking of at least 10 locks being pulled back. The door opens up a crack. Who is it? You're supposed to ask that before you open the door? Oh, it's you. Damn, it's early. It's not really that early. What is it, man? Nothing. Was just gonna ask what you were gonna do today. Half the school is out there already. Out where? Why? What? What? Is today special? Why are they there? Who are? I can hear them. It's loud. Don't tell me. Has the invasion begun? He suddenly looks more alarmed. What day is it, man? Yeah, I guess you can't see the big wooden booths outside and people selling stuff. What the hell are you talking about? I have my curtains closed at all times to thwart the snipers. It's the festival. You know that, right? Part of my second playthrough is PTS-inducing and slightly unnerving. Made it there again. Yeah, it always starts with "don't panic," which is funny. Oh, shit, that's today. Damn. Damn it. I can't believe I forgot. I don't have my fort finished yet. This is bad. This is going to be a very bad day. It's good you told me this, man. It's going to be a bad day. Why? Oh man, they're going to be everywhere. The people outside my window. Socializing. Kenji rubs his temples nervously, suddenly looking very ill. It's going to be loud as hell. Damn it, I was gonna go out today. It's now ruined. Everything is ruined. This is awful. This sucks. What the hell? This really sucks. I can't go anywhere now. There's nowhere to run. Kenji seems nervous. You could even say he's majorly freaking out. Can't believe this. So that's what today was. Damn it, I couldn't even prepare for it. Couldn't even brace myself, and now it's here, and I can't do anything. You should have told me this earlier, dude. I mean, at least I know, but I could have known earlier. Imagine what I could have accomplished. Sorry, I thought you knew. So I guess you're not going to do anything today? The weather's even good. Yesterday was really windy, so I thought today would be cold. It's not, though, so there's no reason to just stay inside. Yeah, you should check the festival out. Kenji groans and covers his face with his hands. No, I can't do it. They'll eat me alive out there, I know it. That has to be a joke, but he said it with such a straight face. Relatively straight. What are you gonna do? We should hang out in here. You can help me build my fort. We might still make it if we work together. What am I going to do? I don't have any plans. In hindsight, that's really stupid. Maybe I should have asked a girl out? Then again, it's all things considered. I don't think I could have done anything like that. It's only my first week. A week that I have wasted being awkward around almost everyone. Stumbling all over myself trying to get the hang of this place. Thinking about it, what have I accomplished? Who would I have even asked? Damn. It seems that Kenji is my only realistic option for a date today. This is the most depressing thing that has ever happened to me since I had a heart attack because a girl confessed her love to me. Can't be helped. I don't know, really. I don't have anything, I guess, but a fort seems a bit excessive. You sure don't want to go outside? It's not like visitors won't come to the dorms today. He looks thunderstruck by this revelation. Damn, you may have a point. This place is not safe today. We must find somewhere to hide in. He falls silent for a moment, thinking. The roof. What about it? We're gonna hide out on the roof for today. It's the perfect place. Nobody ever goes up there. Meet me there in 1 hour. I have to prepare. He slams the door shut, and the locks click closed. Damn, what the hell is wrong with Kenji? And to think I'm now going along with his craziness. It really makes me depressed. I feel like a failure. Once I step outside, the din of the crowd greets me. The whole school is bustling with activity. There are stalls everywhere, and the crowd swarming between them is considerable. I didn't expect the festival would attract so many visitors. I have to admit the people in charge of decorating the place put a lot of effort into it, and it really shows. I already had too much booze yesterday, Kenji. I'm prepared to ward off your every suggestion. People seem to be enjoying themselves, and the atmosphere is colorful, bright, and happy. That is, if I weren't suddenly in such a foul mood. At the moment, it's more annoying than anything else. Well, it can't be helped. I decide to stick with my original plan and eat, and I guess I have to at least see what Kenji is up to on the roof. I do a slow circle around the grounds to kill some time, looking at the stalls, but not feeling like playing any of the games anymore. The garish colors grind my eyes, and I feel more and more ill by the minute. I can't even decide what I want to eat. A large selection combined with the masses of energetic festival visitors isn't helping. I just head towards the nearest stall that seems to offer something halfway edible and get in line. It turns out to be noodles. It also turns out to be not very good. At least it's nourishment. It's not like I demand anything else at this point. As I stir my disagreeable noodles, I idly wonder what the others are doing right now. Shizune and Misha are definitely somewhere organizing things. I'd better steer clear of them. I guess they wouldn't forgive me so easily for leaving them alone with this thing. If Jaden got something greasy, I would probably spot him and make him drop it. Run, say it. I expect Emmy to be buzzing all over the place, being depressingly cheerful. There's no chance to find her, but no chance to avoid her either, so it doesn't matter. Lily would probably be helping her class with that festival event and entirely too busy for another's company. Hanukkah wouldn't want to talk to anyone either keeping to herself or helping Lily. Rin should be tending to her mural and is probably being unhelpful to any hypothetical interested parties. Going there for some peace and quiet seems like the nicest option of the above, but then again, I can't see having art forced on me raising my mood either, so I'll pass. While I was lost in thought, my food seemed to have disappeared, and so has my hunger. You would be surprised at how welcome Lily would be, yes. But he didn't get to notice that, so I guess I just blocked out the experience of eating, which should be a good thing. Satiated but unsatisfied, I turn to walk towards the main school building. An hour has almost passed already. The crowd is even thicker in here than it was outside. The hallways are almost unbearable, and I don't even dare to think what it's like inside the classrooms anyway. Or inside the classrooms. I head up to the stairs to my destination, the roof. Thankfully, the door at the top isn't locked, but now there's a handwritten sign on it. Off limits. Don't mind if I don't. The festival noise is surprisingly muted up here, and the rooftop looks deserted, as expected. Near a place where the cyclone fence has collapsed, there's a pile of blankets that seems oddly out of place. Wait. Did that pile just move a little? That would be strange, as there's no wind at all. I carefully stick my hand out and give it an experimental prod. Ah! Startled, I jump back. Who is it? God damn it, Kenji, it's me. Oh damn, you scared me, man. So what are we doing up here? We're having a picnic. What? Yeah, I have blankets, pretzels, and whiskey. This is the ultimate setup, man. Whiskey? Aren't you a bit too young to drink alcohol? I'm 20, you know. You're not. I am, and so are you. What? That's absurd. Hey, at least you get something out of it. All I get is this bottle of whiskey. He's rambling incoherently, but I decide to play along. So why do you have a bottle of whiskey? My mom couldn't come visit for the festival, so she sent me some expensive single malt instead. A likely story. Want some? It's not like I have anything to lose. This day couldn't possibly get worse. Why not? We sit down on the pile of blankets Kenji apparently dragged up here. He produces an almost full bottle of whiskey and passes it to me. You didn't even bring glasses? Alcohol is age, but he's completely okay with clandestine encounters. Well... No, this is not some romantic princess picnic. What the hell, man? This is a manly picnic. No glasses. No napkins. Whiskey only. The beverage of true men. Whatever. And pretzels. I take a closer look at the bottle. 12-year-old single malt whiskey, as he said. Shrugging my shoulders, I take a swig. It burns my throat like acid, but the taste isn't unpleasant. I feel it going straight into my head, and the aftertaste lingers in the back of my mouth, craving for another swig. We should outline our counteroffensive, and trash talk women here, where they can't hear us. Damn, I forgot to bring my graphs. This was your mistake. Hiseo. I decide to play a drinking game with myself. Every time Kenji mentions female conspiracy, I'll take a swig. 4 or 5 hours, or possibly several days later, I lost track. You shouldn't feel bad, man. Ease the fuck up. Seriously. I am relaxed, goddammit. I'm telling it as I see it. Think about it. When did housing and land start becoming more and more expensive? When women began entering the workforce, because it created 2-income nuclear families. Yeah, I forgot my graphs, but you'll just have to take my word for it. Women are connected to the decay of all society. I see. That is kind of hard to believe. Even if I say that, somehow everything Kenji says seems to make more sense now. It all fits together, but I don't know if it's because he can explain things more clearly when drunk, or because I understand everything better when drunk. No, man, think. Think of the deeper implications. People could afford to start saying, oh well, since 2 members of the family are now earning money as opposed to 1, they can surely afford something like rising costs of ownership. I see your point. But land in Japan has always been expensive. And the price of land generally goes up when a country starts undergoing industrialization. But no, it's because of women. Correlation equals causation, you know? I thought correlation didn't equal causation. Well, whatever, maybe you're right. I'm always right. Yeah, I bet women created industrialization too, to cover their tracks. How diabolical. So yeah, everyone can go fuck themselves. He stands up, impressing me because I'm fairly sure I couldn't even if I wanted. He yells extremely loudly as he's lost the concept of volume. I wince and almost want to cover my ears. How nice it would have been if I could have been down there. But no. You see, thinking like that is a trap. You think you're missing out on something, but at the end of the road is nothing but despair. Kenji snatches back the bottle and leans back his head, attempting to pour the alcohol into his mouth, but just ends up drenching himself. Damn it, see, my aim is terrible, and the bad thing about drinking is that it only gets worse the longer you go. Today is the day of despair. His voice immediately drops to almost a whisper, but he starts talking much faster than before, slightly slurring his words from the whiskey. As he talks, he waves the bottle around, spilling some of it here and there. Yeah, you know what the most shocking event of my life? I have a hazy recollection of him telling me about the second most shocking event in his life, which was a bird pooping on his head. I don't have particularly great expectations of this, but I nod at him to continue anyway. You wouldn't think it, but I had a girlfriend here once. I think it was last year. Yeah, I just blew your mind, huh? See, I have never told that to anyone. It's true. The thought does blow my mind. Suddenly I want the bottle. I take it from Kenji and knock back as much as I can. I was more innocent back then and thought she was sane, unlike most women. But then one day, we engaged in sexual intercourse. It was pretty okay, but then immediately following the event that is the point of all such things, something strange and scary happened. He throws himself up against the fence, leaning on it, his eyes narrowed. I started feeling incredibly tired and sleepy. That isn't normal, man. What the fuck? I mean, normally that would be a high-tension, adrenaline-pumping moment of anyone's life, but my energy levels were dropping like a brick. Something sinister was in the works, I could feel it. That is when I knew that women are dangerous, sapping the life force of all men through their one commodity that is almost solely theirs to control. Sickening. Yeah, you're better off, dude. Kenji was right. This really is the day of despair. I drink more to avoid having to process what he just said. Now I am the last sane man in an insane world. When other people realize it, there will be a war. A great war between men and the forces of feminism. But the problem is that not all men would fight on my side. Shit sucks. I could set the bar kinda low, any men are fine, but not the dudes raised by their moms or their sister, that's for sure. And nobody into dick girl. That situation seems unlikely to me, like it wouldn't happen. Like it's not very likely to happen. The alcohol must be working. Regardless, I still feel depressed that Mauricio gets Lily's third age. Oh no! I feel depressed that I'm up here today. I wasn't really looking forward to the festival with the same excitement as the rest of the school, but still. It would have been nice to have gone with someone. From up here, it certainly sounded like everyone's having fun. Maybe I am missing out. It's just that there was no one I could have gone with. Or maybe there was. So many opportunities, looking back on it now, and I must have squandered so many of them. Damn, this is true despair. The worst part is that sometimes I feel like I have no choices in my life, you know? Like I never have a chance to make a decision. Shit just happens. Like it was all pre-programmed. Like fate. Or a visual novel. Like there's no way I can have a say in what I do. Quick, ask me a question. Now. I can't really... See? Just another example of it. Damn. Shit. Damn. Do you see? Now, when I'm trying to go against my destiny and take charge of my life, the opportunity isn't even there. Damn, man, you have failed me. Failed me for the last time. Jerk. He slides to his knees and then falls over onto his side, lying on the gravel of the roof. Hey, are you okay? No, I'm not okay. Can't you see I'm in despair? He's speaking in a sarcastic tone. Suddenly, Kenji sits up, clumsily pats himself clean, and puts his hand out towards me to reach for the bottle. I put it in his hand. What the hell? Damn, you almost killed the entire bottle. See, it's like I have no options in life. Is this how it's going to be for the rest of time? Well, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be like that for the rest of time. Whatever he's talking about. My head is spinning. I get up and lean against the fence, hoping it'll help me focus a little. Yeah, I know. We have to fight the power with all we got. It's the only way to live. You're an alright guy. This brotherly bond is what keeps me going in these dark times. We should go trolling women. Trolling women? What? Trolling women. Trolling for women. But we have to do it now, before I lose this alcohol-related courage. He's gesturing wildly, madly even. I take a step backward. He takes a step forward. What's the matter with you? Not in the mood for love? To be frank, no. I take another step backward. He takes another step forward. He leans in uncomfortably close. Stop leaning in like that. It bothers me. Leaning in like what? Hey, you shouldn't lean against the fence like that. It's kind of unsafe. I try to move away from Kenji, but my balance isn't so good. Reeling from the dizziness, I grab at one of the fence posts, but then feel it give way as soon as I put my weight on it. This isn't good, though my alcohol-addled brain doesn't seem to be quite capable of registering why. Kenji's face seems to be becoming smaller, though, which is a bit of a relief. Much smaller, in fact, and rapidly so. Seems to be a bit of wind now. Somehow it makes me feel almost weightless. I feel dazed, like my mind has gone blank. I am falling? I can see the night sky as I turn over in the air. The bottle floats out of my fingertips and disappears into thin air as I fall. I realize that this is the fitting end to a truly, truly bad day. Wasted. That's the bad end! Down he goes. That's what happens when you make all the bad choices. You've lost $100 in all your weapons. You know what that also means? 100% completion! Let's take a look. 100% gallery. You squint and you can see parts of truth in his bullshittery. Very vague. Share a manly picnic on the roof instead of going to the festival. Take a look at our library. Nope. Gallery. There's the last CG. And then... 1 second. There's our 100% completion CG. All 6 of the girls we got to know. At the end of the... through all the actual routes. In such a nice style, too. I like the little touches of yellow in Hanako's eyes. The red in Rin's and the pink in Shizune's. I actually don't know who made it. I don't think they actually ever say it, but yeah, it's such a nice one. I love this photo a lot. It's such a nice little style. I like how Rin looks. Alright. I am going to take a little bit of another break to, compose, or, like, get everything set up, and then come back and we can reflect on the game. So, alright, pop over here. Alright, we're back. I'm ready to reflect. I will try to keep all the reflection pretty spoiler-free. The last time I did this, it took about an hour. We'll see what happens with it. It might take longer. But I guess the best way to start would be... I've got a couple things lined up for it. I've got stuff I've posted, stuff I've written down, my Google document, but that's for later. I guess the first place to start would be just kind of looking at the themes of the routes. So we'll go in our order. Hanako's. It's really a story about kind of seeing that people are not as fragile as you think they are. The phrase white charger, white knight was used in Emi's route. And that does apply a lot to Hanako's. There was that line, I'll actually pull it up on the wiki. The Miki route next week, the route to beginners got on. Oh no. My entire channel becomes Katawa Shoujo content. I do want to go, okay, so Hanako's route. Okay, sorry, I got an ad on the fucking wiki site. I want to go and look at Misstep. Misstep is the last of Hanako's route, the bad end. I heard Emmy had lemons from all of them. I get. Well, the thing is that there's a lot of overlapping themes through all of them. Like I brought it up last night. Is there audio play? Okay, there is. I just. Last night, the idea of Hisio not viewing there being a forever. He mentions a lot how there's no concept of forever. And that's because, you know, he has that mindset that he could die at any moment. Which is not far off, but it's maybe a little bit melodramatic. But looking at Hanako's, starting with the bad end, yeah, that concept appears in every route. It's the sole point of Emmy's, because that's also how Emmy is. But first, so Hanako's misstep. I want to find the. Where is it? The line that she's not broken. If she was broken, then I'm just as broken as she is after all that's happened to me. Dr. also, yeah. It's Hisio being melodramatic, but he's had a couple scares, so yeah. Hanako's thing is that she's not. The entire first 2 acts are a lot of Hisio going in the wrong direction. He sees Hanako as someone to protect. You see him bring it up a lot. That faint smile I want to protect, that one she wears so fleetingly around so few people. Hanako is somebody that he wants to protect, and that's how he sees her for 2 entire routes. Actually up until the phone call with Lily. Because Lily also goes to Scotland on that route, but the phone call with Lily is really what snaps him out of it. That Lily says that she's worried about him, not just Hanako. And it makes him think about it. Makes him think about what he wants. And he goes on his little. Every route has the whole thing where Hisio goes on what he wants to do for the future, except Rin's, I suppose. Rin's is very interesting with that. But yeah, the entire route he sees Hanako in a way she doesn't want to be seen, but Hanako can't bring it up. And so that's why, once you start to realize it in the 4th act, that's what leads to the actual good end. The confession that they're both just working to understand each other, working to help each other. It's not one helping the other and one protecting the other. They both want that. And that is... I had a little thing for this as well. I was going to do it in one segment, but I think if we're going to go route by route, I can actually bring it up normally. The NSFW scenes in this game. A lot of people, or some people, I think, not a lot of them, but at the start of it, you know, it feels like, oh, this is just like needless, and I mean, it is kind of. A lot of it is not. The actual scenes themselves are not important, which is why you can cut them out. Which is why you can actually not see the scene. There's only a couple things that get hidden by. Hanako's, I think, she only has one, and I think that makes it even more impactful. It's not the scenes are not important for what they show, but the context surrounding them. Like with Hanako. Hanako takes that step. She allows Hiseo to see more of her. Like a lot of mention in that scene is actually Hanako's scarring. And she lets Hiseo see more of that because she wants to become something more to Hiseo. She doesn't want to be seen as someone to be protected. She wants to be someone he cares about because she cares about him. They want to start that as equals, not as what Hiseo had been thinking. And so Hanako takes that step, but does not explain it, which leads to, the scene after, which is them explaining it. They're all very tastefully done with how they happen. Emmy's, the lemon lube scene is the only one in the game that feels gratuitous. Not gratuitous. Gratuitous is the wrong word. It's a comedy scene. To be completely honest, Emmy's one is a comedy scene. So, it's a thing. And then, I guess we talked about why Hanako's good end happens. Hanako's good end. Hanako's bad end happens because Hiseo doesn't realize it. Like, you go against what Lily advises you on the phone, and then you just keep pushing, but you're not doing it correctly. Like, Hiseo is doing the wrong thing. He's not realizing what Hanako actually wants, and that upsets her. And so then it's gone. In the neutral ending, it's a little bit different. In the neutral ending, he doesn't get shut out. But what happens there is that Hanako, he still acts sort of the same way. But Hanako notices that he's still being more reserved and protective of her. Well, not trying to push her towards anything. He's just being there for her. Like, he becomes like Lily is to her. No chance of a romantic thing, but not a complete ending of the friendship. So it's that feeling of a missed step. Which I feel like that one should be called misstep. I feel like cut petals should be the bad end. I feel like they mix the names around, but that's me. But Hanako's route in general is just really, people aren't as brittle as they may seem. It's that idea that people... Yeah, there's a neutral ending. Yeah, it's this one. Cut petals. It ends the same way as Rin's neutral ending, where it actually ends better than Rin's neutral ending. Rin's neutral ending is sad. The neutral ending is just, they just become friends, and there's no romantic thing. The idea that people aren't as brittle as they seem, and you can't just treat people as if they're going to be brittle. You have to think. You have to act in a way, because people won't always take to that whole... Especially after what happened to Hanako. She'd been so hurt by everything in the past. The bad end happens when you keep pushing her towards trying to get her to start doing more. Like, yeah, you overstep your bounds, basically, and that leads to Hanako blowing up at you, and that kind of just ends off the relationship. Hanako's was my very first route, my favorite route. She was my favorite. Well, was my very first favorite route, and my first. No. Neutral ending was neutral ending. You become like Lily because you just kind of, you're there for her without pushing her, but you don't take that step towards understanding her more. Yeah. So. It's just a really nice route. I said it before, I feel like it's a tutorial route, kind of. It's kind of straightforward, as if you can read into characters. it doesn't go a lot of places. You get to know the area around a bit more. You get to know another character through it in a very close way. So I feel like it's just a good one to start with. That's just my opinion, though. And it's just, yeah, I really like Hanako's because I think Hanako is a very good character. She's a well-written and kind of complex. The way she reveals things is very nice, like revealing more about her past while playing pool, or her sort of impulsive nature when she reveals in the library at the end of Act 2. Because her whole thinking is, Lily told me about yours, so I think it's only fair. Chikase, sorry not being a start stream. It's not a problem, not a problem. You did miss the manly picnic, though. We're done with... I decided to skip through Act 1 because I just couldn't do it. I couldn't read that whole thing again. It was so long. I made the decision very late, which is why we're at 3 hours now. But... yeah, we're just talking over roots now. Just finished up kind of talking about Hanako's. It doesn't go into a whole lot of more themes, because Hiseo's heart condition is not a... it's not a focus in Hanako's route. The focus is really on Hanako, which I think keeps its themes very, very simple. It's this idea that you can misinterpret someone and you have to learn how to fix that. It's... you get Hiseo's future, slightly. He kind of focuses more on school, but you don't get anything more than that. I believe it takes place in the shortest amount of time, because it is before summer vacations. At least much more focus than yeah, the heart condition is really not a focus on Hanako's route. Hanako's route is very focused on her and figuring more about her, because she's the most withdrawn. She's the most resistant to telling you everything, so... it's... like I said, I feel like it's a good tutorial route. Moving on... Shizune's route. Shizune has a good end and a bad end. Shizune's, I think, might be the most thematically complex outside of Rin's. Which is interesting, because you'd think Shizune would be the starter character. Yeah, so just... Hanako's actually ends with you starting a relationship with her. So, like, instead of all these other ones where it happens in Act 2 or Act 3, it happens at the absolute end of the route. So it left a lot of room for continuation, and that almost feels intentional, because the writer of Hanako's route wrote a lot of his own material afterwards that he didn't put in the game. I think he left it open for more fan interpretation of what happens in the future. He's written a lot about... I have his word... did I link his WordPress? I think I did link his WordPress down in the description. Yeah, so yeah, Hanako's writer, Corporal Crud. He has a WordPress with a bunch of the stuff he's made. I like the way he writes. I have to say, I think he's a very good writer. So, I would recommend it. I love the way he wrote the route. I'm glad... I'll get more into this after we go through the routes, but I'm really glad that he ended up being the one to be the writer for Hanako's route, because the original writer for it, I did not like the things they did. I am not a fan of Hanako's beta route at all. I didn't see too many stories, though. It's not as much amount as it is substance inside of them, from what I remember. But I'm very glad that Corporal Crud took over Hanako's route, because I'll talk about Hanako's beta route when we get there. It's dark, and it's edgy. Yeah, it's not something great. I am glad it exists in some form, but I'm really glad it's not the final product. Same goes for Shizune's route, too. Those were the routes that underwent the most changes, and I think were the biggest points of contention, and I'm glad they got changed. They're not something you want. But that's for after. What we're on is Shizune's route. Like I said, I think most thematically complex because Shizune is such an interesting character. Shizune is... I mean, she can't communicate traditionally. It gets said a lot in the roots, even after Hiseo learns sign language. I'm a little bit confused. I'm not understanding. Oh, what are you confused about, actually? I can try and clarify. I think Shizune's is very... I keep saying thematically complex, but she... It gets said in the root. The barrier that'll... Like, I think one of the exact lines is, the same thing that allows me to lie to Shizune, sign language, allows her to, Oh, okay, so... I was talking about the writer there when I was talking about Corporal Crud. Because he wrote the actual root. He did the writing for it. So anything about him is different from Hanako. So, I hope that clarifies. Yeah, okay. Shizune has a barrier towards revealing everything she wants because she has sign language. Sign language lets you think about what you're going to say. So Shizune is a very complex... She brings it up at the end, talking about how she's never been able to get close to people because she has... People have to go through Misha to talk with her. And that makes it tough to get close to anyone, because when you can't talk without having to go through someone else, you lose something. You get that lost in translation effect. And that gets difficult for a lot of people, and that means that Shizune has never been close to many people. She has a very competitive way of going forward with things, too. She's very headstrong, and that's because I think that's a lot in part due to her family upbringing, because her father refuses to learn sign language. Her brother never learned it either. We don't know anything about her mother. Her relatives, there's no... School didn't have other mute students. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. I always thought that was interesting. But yeah, like, she's never been able to get close to anyone. The way she was raised probably took a lot of, like... It shaped the way she goes through life. She's very headstrong, very determined. I think her thinking is, if you're not going to come with me, that's fine. She'll try and bring people forward, but if people step out, she's fine with it. It gets shown in her conflict with Lily, because Lily did not get caught along with her headstrong nature, and now she kind of just fights with her. So they just go straight forward, straight through. And anybody who wants to find out more, she'll kind of guide you, but you have to put in the effort because she's not going to help you, I guess is the way to put it. Her good end ends on such a weird note, actually, because we don't even know if Hiseo and Shizune are going to stay together. Because Shizune's route takes place over the longest amount of time. We go from Hiseo's first day to the very day they graduate, pretty much. It wasn't super satisfying. It again left a lot up to interpretation. Like, Shizune has a goal for the future. She wants to be a philanthropist. She wants to help people. And she's going to do that no matter what. And so Hiseo's whole thing is that he decides, well, I've dedicated so much to her already. I'll go along with whatever she wants. Hey, Costin, I really want to sleep, so I'm going to leave for now. It's alright. Hey, if you got to sleep, that's no problem. But it'll still be up. It's kind of a discussion that goes a little bit over people's head if they haven't played it, so I get it. Thank you. Sleep well, Tsukasa. I appreciate it. Yeah, the whole thing with Shizune is that Hyuuseou kind of just like following along with her, because that's how Shizune is. She just goes straight forward. She's not going to stop for really anyone. We see it a lot in metaphors and the way she walks. She's going straight ahead. We don't know what'll happen with Misha either. Misha wants to be an English Sign Language teacher, but that's it. There's only the idea that they meet up again. But that's, yeah, it's a weird note, but I don't think it's a bad one. Shizune's bad end. Yeah, that's the thing I really like about Katawa Shoujo is that you get so many different parts of it. Like, depending on what you've experienced, depending on what you're doing, you'll interpret it differently. I think you'd like Shizune. Shizune is a character people are very weird on, but I think you'd like Shizune. I think she's a very, very good character, despite what people try and... It all comes down to, like, interpretation, because I think she's a great character. I think they're all great characters. Her bad end is a real painful one, because it ends on such just a sour note. The way you get it is by basically cheating on Shizune. You choose to comfort Misha, and then, yeah. And then it's assumed that Shizune finds out. And through that, she just breaks it off. And she doesn't say anything exact. She doesn't get mad. She just feels like she failed. And she feels like she didn't do enough. And this has kind of just led to it, so. Yeah, it's... I don't like... That's one of the most painful ones, in my opinion. Yeah, Shizune... And to get on the topic of now her NSFW scenes, because I wanted to bring those up as well. To the idea that... So in the stairs left when Misha didn't even say anything. Misha said something. It's implied, but Misha said something. Almost certainly, like, she knows. Misha wouldn't just... It's implied that she can also read lips. So... It's definitely possible. Either she told or Misha or Shizune figured it out. As for her NSFW scenes, the first one, there's actually nothing shown. But the way I kind of interpret that scene, it's Hyuuseou ties her to a chair. Or no, other way around. Shizune ties Hyuuseou to a chair. Pretty much. And then kind of goes on from there. I think the biggest part of that is that it follows both a period where there's no real intimacy between Shizune and Hyuuseou, and also directly after Shizune dealing with her father. Shizune is not a big fan of her father, because he just does not care to understand her, and so I think it shows as a form of maybe unease after, because even preceding that is a scene where they get really close, and then Shizune takes him to the bedroom, and then but I think it's both showing an uneasiness about a newfound romantic relationship, and then also a lot of stress from dealing with her dad for like a week. So I think that's the way I interpret that first one. Second one is in the classroom, day they graduate, where the harem protagonist named Rida came up with. Oh no. Second one. But you only get on the good end. It shows, to me, that Shizune sees a change in their relationship, that something stronger. She's more confident. And it's also a finality, because it comes up right around the fact that they're right around the time they're graduating. It's a finality to what they've had and what they will continue to have. That one I would feel after Emi's, the scene is literally called Anal, so we'll just call it that. After that scene, I think it's the second most, like, fan servicey one. Hey, Emi's isn't even fan servicey, it's just a comedy, but Shizune's second one feels fan servicey to me. Which I get. It doesn't do a whole lot in context or anything. It's just kind of... No. There's no... No, it's not the same in what happens. It's just kind of like... It doesn't have a whole lot of context before or after it. It's kind of just there. There's nothing said during the scene that really affects how we view a character. It's just there. It's fine. But it's one of those ones that, like, having it cut out really doesn't change much. What happens after is nice because it's an excuse for them to stay further in the school, I guess, to see that Misha's taking control of her, like, lessons and stuff like that. But other than that, yeah, it's kind of bit gratuitous. Not gratuitous. I keep saying gratuitous. It's not the right word. It's a bit just there. Another route with only two ends. Lily. 1 second. Lily's, I think, is the most traditionally romantic route. She's a very traditional character. I mean, she's not good with computers. She's very formal. Her family's Brit. Like, it's very traditionally romantic, and I think that's nice. It starts out, it's got a nice progression to it. Mary Sue. That feels unfair to her. It's got a nice progression to it, you know. Friendship through Route 1. Getting closer during Act 2, but then she also leaves, which means Hoshiuta has to evaluate how he feels about it. And then we come back. The wheat field scene in Act 3. One of the most beautiful scenes in the game. That entire time at the summer cabin is legitimately one of my favorites. I think it's a very beautiful set of scenes, and it really accentuates Lily. You do need to, yes, I absolutely agree. But it gives you the whole... This. What am I trying to say? It gives the change in relationship, because it's no longer Hoshiu's relying on Lily, because that's what the entire first, like, 2.5 is. Hoshiu's relying on Lily. And then, you know, Hoshiu doesn't want her to seem worried, so he's like, I'll be here. It leads into that, and then in Act 4, Hoshiu realizes that he shouldn't just be relying on Lily, they should rely on each other. And it's that kind of realizing that the relationship can be more. And in the good end, that's what keeps them together. That realization. Because Hoshiu comes to terms with what he needs to do for his future, and then he gets his future set up, and then he realizes Lily's had so much to deal with. She hasn't seen her parents in 12 years, stuff like that. She's like, I can't just rely on her. He needs to rely on it. The good ending is beautiful. The only scene with a post-credit scene, and the whole sequence leading up to trying to get to Lily, waking up, finding Lily, and then the post-credit, it's a beautiful sequence of scenes. It is quite possibly, I would probably rank it as my second favorite good ending, just behind Rin. Yes, post-credit scene. So this is the post-credit scene, Forward with Gusto. It's a short one, but it kind of sets up their future and tells us that they're going to go to the same college together. It really solidifies their future. It's the most final ending. It's like the most like solid future for the two, and I like it. The neutral ending differs a little bit, and it's sad, but not overly so. It's Hoshiuta doesn't have his realization, and so Lily just leaves. It ends at that. So it's just a slight tweak. It actually doesn't add any new scenes either, which is interesting. It is all self-contained, just with different sentence paths in the scene. Lily's would be my second or third favorite route. I can't really decide between... Hers and Hanako's are very tied for me. You get a lot more Hanako character in Lily's route, which I think does tell me that Corporal Crud definitely worked with Lily's writer on it, which I think is great. They're such closely intertwined characters that I think, having them both involved is very nice, and you get to know more. Like Hanako's future gets more defined. She arguably grows more through Lily's route than she does in her own route. But I mean, that's debatable. So it's really nice. I like what it does. Lily's themes are kind of complex. It's the idea. It's another of the ideas that you don't just need to. There's the topics of things don't stay the same. Hoshiuta gets into a groove where he feels like no, everything will be fine. Nothing will change. We're just together. And then the actual truth drops, and he has to deal with that. There's the idea again of not losing people. Lily's lost people her entire life, not physically but emotionally. So she doesn't want that to happen. Hoshiuta doesn't want to lose someone he's relied on. It's themes of loss, and learning to kind of be together as one, and to work strongly together instead of just one person relying on the other. It's nice theming in that one. There's probably better things about the themes written, but this is just me. And also the idea, I think the neutral end as well shows it in the way you get there. The idea of not not just abandoning your past. Because the way you get the bad end is you ignore the letter from Iwanako in a conversation with Lily. Or the neutral end, sorry. And that theme of you can't just abandon the past. You have to accept that the past existed, the past happened, you can't change it, but you can keep moving forward while knowing what happened. And that's kind of how Lily's lived her life, too. If she can't change the past, there's no point in being bitter about it. Yeah, it is. There's no bad end for Lily. This is just the neutral end. I'm sorry if I've been calling it the bad end. Hanako and Rin are the only two with 3 endings, I believe. So yeah, Lily's is nice. It's like, again, it's traditionally romantic. It's very memorable in the places it goes. I think the summer house is super memorable. I think the entire good end sequence is very memorable, and having Hanako as part of it is very memorable too. I think out of any of them, it has the most places that stick in your mind. you can instantly think about a scene from it. Which I think counts for something. I think it's great with it. Lily is the one of two characters who have 3 NSFW scenes. On first thought, some of them seem gratuitous. Stop saying gratuitous! Fucking Christ. Seem not important, I guess is the way to say it. The first one, I think, just shows a, the first one, which takes place right after the confession in the wheat field, shows how these feelings had been building for both of them, this romance between the two of them, and then it just comes to a head, I suppose to say, in that last one. The second one, I think, falls along that same way. It's a bit of impulsiveness and kind of making up for lost time. There is interesting bits of information. No, not in the wheat field. They go back to the summer house. I posted it last night. There's a little bit of kind of not plot relevant dialogue, but character relevant dialogue. Lily takes after her mother, while Akira takes after their father. Lily's mother is a journalist, and that's how she met Lily's father, at Inverness. There's not a secret one. No, it's only 3. Yeah, Lily's... I forgot to mention the Misha part. Just to go back to Shizune's real quick. There's a point in, if you take the bad end towards Shizune's route, Misha, it gives a little bit of character about her, Misha cares a lot for formalities. They mean a lot to her, which is why she greets everyone the same way, very happily, even if she's not happy to see them. And the entire scene is, it's really awkward. It's not the normal feel of one of the NSFW scenes in this game. It's awkward. Because it should be. Because it's a mistake. So it is an awkward scene. As it should be. Which I think that's a great way to put it, because that leads to the bad end. Back to Lily's, though. You get information about Lily's family, because you don't know much about that, but it's such an important part. First and second ones, they both happen at the summer house. It's kind of just, it feels like making up for lost time between them. Lily, it shows Lily's a bit impulsive. It gets seen a little bit like Lily, because of the loss of her sight. Well, she never had sight. She was born without it, but the fact that she doesn't have her sight, but her other senses are heightened, shows kind of a penchant toward addiction or impulsive behavior when it comes to that kind of thing. Because then in the scenes after, there's allusions to the fact that, Hiseo and Lily spend the night together a lot. One of the scenes, Hiseo wakes up in the middle of the night and Lily's there next to him. Actually, probably show that off. Oh, wait, I can't, because it's gonna... I forgot where Lily's stuff was. Where is it? There, here we go. So you have... I should have just put the sensor up. I could have done that. Whoops. It's alright. But you get this CG, Lily sleeping. It's nice. She smiles, but yeah, alright. But so there's kind of allusions to the fact that they kind of... So Lily, she has that penchant. She chose it with alcohol. That's the biggest thing she shows it with, is that she has a penchant towards, sort of getting kind of hooked on something, which I think happens here and happens with alcohol. The third one is the most important one, I would say, because it leads more to that. Hiseo tries it. Lily wants to try it with Hiseo blindfolded. And that leads to Hiseo getting a sensory overload, basically, and almost having an attack. And that shows Hiseo's concerned about his own condition, but also Lily's concern about him and how he doesn't want her to be concerned about him. And so that leads, it escalates into the ending, so the context around that one is important. So yeah, it's very important. It's more of that. It's an interesting scene. It's not... There's one, and the CG in it is barely NSFW. I mean, it is, but it's only barely, like, compared to other ones. It's a scene important for the plot and what happens in it, which is new. It's one of the only times they do it, other than Rin's. But yes, that, again, Lily's route, not super thematically complex, because Lily is kind of someone who wears her emotions on her sleeve. She's not a reserved person. She gives her full heart in everything. But she often tries to do things alone, and that's the issue, because she couldn't rely on people. The way her life had been, she couldn't rely on anyone but herself. And that leads her to kind of take on burdens. She becomes like class representative. She's like the friend group mom, in a way. She took on Hanako's burden and tried to help her. It's her character to really help. And not, like, help other people first, leave her own problems to herself. If that makes sense. Fourth route. Emmy. I feel like Trojan Piece could probably explain this even more than I could. Good end and a bad end. A lot of Emmy's route to me is her living in the moment. That's her thing. Is Emmy's thing is living in the moment. She always lives in the moment because otherwise everything could disappear. She learned once before that everything can change in a moment. So she doesn't get overly attached to anything. She doesn't let anything get close enough. And that is the main crux of the issue. It's the main issue. Like, Emmy's, there's no real focus on Hiseo's future. There's a little bit, because he gets on the vague path of science, but that's about the extent of it. His heart is fine because he's been running. So it's really the focus on the fact that Emmy is supremely remote, I suppose is to say. That she doesn't let people get close, and Hiseo has to get close. But it scares her, so like it's getting Emmy to realize that you can let things get close. That's shown in the good end, where, you know, Hiseo, try and formulate this correctly. She hurts for it too, yes, but she, I suppose in Emmy's mind, it's the idea that any hurt she has from how she acts is not going to be as hurtful as, it's not going to hurt as much as losing everything did. So she can live with it. A lot of it is... I wish I had a better way to explain this. It's a really meaningful route, but... Like, I mean, the way to get to the good end, you know, the exact thing, like, you step back. The exact phrase is a very scientific observation. If you can't observe something directly, observe its surroundings. And so Hiseo does that. Difficult runs proceed to extent. Very difficult. It would be normally. You'd have to do a lot. But Emmy is all about, like, she has to find a reason. Emmy has to find a reason to let people in again. And she has to do that on her own time. Like, you can't... The thing with Emmy is that you can't force it. You can't force anything to happen. You have to be there. Not push too much. Like, Hoshiuta realized at the end, like, I'm not going to ask you to explain yourself. But I will be there when you need someone to be there. And that's the thing with Emmy, because as that happens more, people don't try to pry. She'll open up more. And that's exactly what happens. That's exactly how the bad end happens as well. Is he tries to pry. He needed the scene with Emmy's mom. Like, he needed to talk with Emmy's mom to find out more. Like the idea that... Because, part of it is, again, the thinking on Hanako is that Hoshiuta thinks Emmy is troubled and, like, needs help. Emmy doesn't need help. She can do these things by herself. If she couldn't, she wouldn't be there. The exact line is, she would have killed herself or something equally melodramatic. If she needed help, if she couldn't deal with her things herself, she would not be there. But she can. So the thing Hoshiuta has to know is not, I have to help her deal with these things. It's, I have to be there when things get a little too... when things feel like they're getting too close. To be there to realize that she can rely on someone again. And that's the thing with Emmy's roots. It takes time. And Hoshiuta has to Hoshiuta realizes that, and that's how we get to where we are. That's again like the same way goes with the way to get back to the good end through Misha. There's that idea that he needs someone else to help him realize it. If you can't observe something directly, observe the things around it. Observe what it interacts with. That's the way to kind of understand Emmy. And that's what he does, and that's how you get the good end. She incredibly real. I wouldn't even call it wrong. I think it's just... I would not call it wrong, I would just call it... hurt. The way that she's been hurt occupies her mind, and that's how she gets to... And that's why she acts as she does, is that she felt more hurt than anyone else. Except maybe Hanako. She is the character, I think, who has gone through the most pain in the entire game. Besides Hanako. And so she doesn't want that to happen again. It's a very human reaction to avoid pain. If you interpret the pain as people got close, and then I lost them, that's exactly what it would be. Your exact reaction would be to avoid letting that happen. But immature... It was what, 7 years? Trauma lasts a long time. Trauma is a significant thing. I don't, like... What else would she have had to tell her it's wrong? I don't think, like, what else would she have realized? Like, how would she have known that this was not what she should be doing? Like, what? I don't think she really would have had it. Like, her mom's not going to tell her. Her mom was hurt by it too. The nurse isn't gonna, because he's a nurse. Like, her old boy, her ex-boyfriend was not anywhere like Hoshiuta. It was Hoshiuta who came along and helped her realize, like... therapy was not on the table for her, because she didn't want help. Because she could handle it. She didn't think that... She didn't see her not letting people fully in as a problem. Which is why she doesn't think there's anything, like... Yeah, it's... Yeah. It's a very, very human reaction to trauma of that type. It is immensely human, and that is why I get it. She wouldn't want to deal with that again, so she just doesn't get into a situation where it can happen. Once you learn the frailty of life, you start to see things differently, and that's exactly what happened with Emmy. I think her root, again, I don't. When I say a favorite route, or rank them, it's not an actual thing. It's just personal preference. They're all amazing. They're all wonderfully written. They're all amazing characters. It's just down to personal preference. I think Emmy's route is just fantastic. The way she's written is very real. I guess to move on again, to talk about Emmy's NSFW scenes, since we've talked about the themes in her route. The first one is an escalation of things that distracts from a difficult topic. That's the biggest thing with Emmy, and it gets revealed in other dialogue, not through NSFW scenes. Emmy uses it to distract. The first time it happens is because Emmy's in her wheelchair after not getting help from the nurse because her legs were getting infected. So instead of talking about the fact that she's in a wheelchair, that happens. The second one is comedy. We talked about that. It's a comedic scene. Nothing. It's just a comedic scene. I think it's another one to try. It's another part of it to distract from a difficult topic because it's the first run in the morning that she can't be a part of. Because she's in her wheelchair, so she can't take part of it, and then instead of thinking about that, they do that. It's also a good reveal about the track captain, which I think is funny. The third one, a deepening of their relationship, a closer part of it. There's nothing to distract from. It's just the natural progression of two people in love, I suppose. That's how it gets to that, and that's what we end up with. And then the scene after, that they're both going to take that step forward together, take things day by day, and be there for each other. That's the context for that third one, which I think is very, very nice. Last route, and the most recent one, Rin. How to talk about Rin. A character who cannot be understood by anyone else. She's an enigma to people around her. She's an enigma to herself. She cannot find the words to adequately explain her feelings. She can't do it through painting because painting is a medium that is inherently subjective. It's a medium that you can't. You can put as much meaning as you want into it, but the only meaning it's going to have in the eyes of someone else is what they see. And Rin struggles with that. She's... To get into what she meant at all, she is wonderful. But yeah, with Rin, it's the idea that... How to explain it again? To get into more of the facts, the information behind the scenes. It is widely believed, but not confirmed, that Rin has some kind of personality disorder. Some speculate Asperger's syndrome. Others speculate... I have to find the actual word for it. Where is it? alexithymia, which is a personality construct characterized by the inability to identify and describe emotion. Aura, the writer for the route, has not given a definitive answer, and he never will, is what he said. So, that's a way to frame it. It's either an Asperger's or alexithymia or something around those lines, a personality disorder that causes her to not be able to, like a mild form of it, not a more debilitating form. It just affects the way she can process emotion and display it. And so when she couldn't do that, she turned to art. But again, art is a subjective medium. It is not an objective one. The meaning behind a piece of art cannot be seen by the meaning that a painter puts into a painting cannot be seen by everyone. Rin can't explain it either. She doesn't want to try and guide people to it. Like, she doesn't know how to guide people to it. She doesn't want to just give something a name because that influences how people see it. She wants people to see what she sees when she paints it, but that's not possible. And that is the conflict of Rin. She has... it's so hard to talk about Rin, because a lot of it is so... She is absolutely the most complex part. She is a extraordinarily complex character. And I have a hard time even processing and analyzing what happens with her. She paints because it's all she knows. It's the only way she can try to describe her emotion, because she's had her entire life people trying to say things. Like, she's had people trying to explain things to her, or get her to explain things when she can't. She tried to do it through art, but she couldn't. People wouldn't see it, but art became the thing she was good at. And so that defined her life. And then it leads to the conflict, because Hiseo is the same as everyone else in her life. Until he realizes that Rin can't explain what she feels. Like, she can't. She doesn't want someone to try to get her to explain things. She just wants someone to accept her as she is. And you get into the topics of being accepted as a person, accepting other people, understanding another person. The hardest thing to do as a human being. Because no one will ever be able to truly understand another person. Because the way people's minds work, it cannot be, you lose something in translation. You can't fully explain something in your head to someone in a way that will make complete sense to another person. Rin wants someone who is not going to try to completely understand her. She wants someone who's going to be alongside her. And that's kind of what happens. In both the bad and the neutral ends, Hiseo doesn't understand it. Hiseo doesn't understand what Rin wants. God, I played this literally yesterday, and I'm having this much trouble explaining it. That is what Rin is like. She is that complex of a character with her themes that I cannot fully explain it, even after having played it 24 hours ago. It is almost the opposite of other root, is that it's so hard to explain Rin. There are people who have probably explained this a lot better. I would love to pick Aura's brain about Rin as a character, since he's the one who wrote her. I would love to talk to him and get him and get his thoughts on Rin. Get his thoughts on what she represents and what he thought when writing her. I would love to do that, but I don't know if that's out there. I don't know if he'd be open to doing that. I don't know. But that feels like the only way to understand Rin to me. I can understand that she doesn't want people constantly asking her to explain herself when she can't explain herself. When she can't understand herself. There's a lot in that, like, I'm just gonna go to, I posted these last night as well. So, stuff for Rin. These are two, back, like, so, you know when the CG's like, do we have one like that? Like this, where it's got, like, they put, like, a semi-transparent filter. I wrote the first run of the game, dude, that's Rin. Oh my god. That would be ridiculous, but I know that's not the case, because Aura's left some notes out there. Yeah, so, in two scenes that are like this, in her final NSFW scene, yeah, I know this is not how it should go. Even though Rin is right here, even though there should be no more questions, no obstacles, not this maddening feeling that something is constantly wrong. The same feeling that clutched my heart yesterday makes its appearance. We are together, in a way that is difficult to define. It eludes description as stubbornly as it evades change. Would a relationship like this be alright? Could we ever change to become closer? Even though we would stay together for all of eternity, we might never find our mutual understanding. But there is no such thing as eternity. This may mean that we will not be together forever. If not our differences, then the flow of time will pull us apart, with irresistible force. Rin is a creature of the moment, of whim and of impulse. I am nothing of the sort. This is a fact that I can understand very clearly. If for no other reason, for this reason I should grasp this moment. Even if it's the only moment we will ever have, I should not let myself spoil it. Even if I can't escape myself. Rin can't either. I know it now. We both have things we can't let go. Things we can't think. Perhaps we can't not feel. But she allows herself to want me without any restraint. Here and now. You should forget about things. These are things Rin says as well. You should forget about stuff like future and past. It's not like you can change these kinds of things. You should just be with me now. And then right before, like, the moment, is this it? You said I don't have to be alone. That is a really deep dive into Rin's character. How she is not one to try and think about the future or past because she can't understand it. She understands the present. She can understand herself through her paintings. She wants to be not alone. She wants someone to be there with her, even if she can't explain it in a right way. Someone has to break through that barrier of what's seen as aloofness to get to know her more, and he was able to do that. And that's what she'd been waiting for. Not someone to ask her to explain herself. Not someone to try to get her to do things that she's not sure she wants to. She just wants someone who is fine with what they have. If you're awkward and she's with someone in a condition, I don't think I agree. I think it's only awkward if you think it's awkward, I would have to say. And since we're talking about NSFW scenes, as for her first one, that is not an NSFW scene. That is not a fan service scene. That is a true gut-wrenching scene. That is a scene that the only emotion it conveys is despair and unexplainability, I suppose is the way to put it. Rin in the atelier, completely overwhelmed by everything that had happened, is a tough to process scene. It explains a lot about her character as well. The line that was where Hoshiuta thinks that is the one moment where she finally destroyed herself and rebuilt herself in that same moment. And that leads to the fight because Hoshiuta, not incorrectly, but also not Rin's fault, feels as though he's been getting played around with. And that's the escalation. But if... So Hoshiuta has to understand that this wasn't happening because she meant to. This wasn't her just messing with it. It's just what she knew. Like, this was not something that she could handle as people typically do. She only has her way, and this was getting pulled from all over direction, and she was just completely lost and confused. I think I'm going to stop trying to talk about Rin's route, because I can't anymore. I don't know what else to say. I am out of explanation. I need Aura to come and save me, save my rambling train of thought. I guess with the route discussions out of the way, we can move on to looking at some of the extras. And my little list of trivia. Suppose the very first part would be looking at Act 1. Use all the more for myself. Rin is always an interesting route. I don't know how people are going to... I feel like everybody will process that route a lot differently. So, let me move on to my Google document. So, not gallery, library. Act 1. 50 scenes. 11 total choices. Don't panic. 6 different scenes it can branch into. Plus, so this is Emmy's, Lily and Hot. So these 3 are kind of connected. This is Rin. This is Hoshiuta. So one of these is every time I click at every it's like, yo, Lord. Godspeed to you, my friend. But yes, so looking at these. Rin, longest route. 42 scenes, 10 choices. Lily, 33 scenes, 6 choices. Hanako's, 30 scenes, 4 choices. Shizune's, 33 scenes, 1 choice. That choice is right here. Literally 1. The only choice is to comfort Misha. Emmy, 31 scenes, 6 choices. So, Rin's is much, much longer. 9 more scenes than the rest and 4 more choices. So yeah, it's interesting. Emmy does have the shortest act. Act 4, 5 scenes. Hanako's Act 2, despite being 10 plus scenes, is actually short. This is a short scene. These are a lot of short scenes. Yes, Emmy's is second shortest. Only 31 scenes, but 6 choices to be made. But yeah, Rin's route itself is almost as long as Act 1 is total. with 8 less scenes and 1 less choice. That tells you about Rins. Yeah, I think Don't Panic is the scene that has the most branches off of it. Leads to 6. Plus, technically 7, because I think so. This is Hanako, and then I think these 2 are Lilies. Okay, no, so Hanako's has 2 scenes after that. NC5X B3 and Movement are the 2, and then Promise of Time is Lilies. Ren, Shizune and Misha, Emmy, yeah. 6, technically 7 scenes that branch off of Don't Panic. It's a lot. What we'll go okay, now I'm gonna go through the jukebox. I have my music trivia up now. So, this main title theme that's playing right now is called Wiosna, which means spring in Polish. Pretty fitting. The game starts in spring, just before summer. Spring is also considered a time of new beginning, and this is a whole new beginning. It's a very, very nice title music. The theme for the opening credits is, where's it at? Oh, it's not on here. Okay. Yes, some of the people who worked on the game are Polish. The opening credits theme is called Damage. That's not on here, but it's on the soundtrack. The song Fripperies. This is Mutoi's theme, in technicality. It doesn't only play in Mutoi's scenes, but this is considered Mutoi's theme. This is the nurse's theme, OhaHyou. Pretty straightforward, it plays in the nurse's scenes when you're in the nurse's office, so. I don't know what, OhaHyou is, I love this theme, but, it's kind of just typical sounds. They're kind of, I think you kind of make it, I don't know, I don't know how to explain it, but the name makes sense to me in my head, I just can't explain it. As to be expected, this is Kenji's theme. And Everyday Fantasy is Yuko's theme. I can explain Fripperies. Fripperies has a definition. Yeah, A-E-I-O-U. Fripperies. Fripperies means showy or unnecessary ornament in architecture, dress, or language. Yeah, this is Yuko's theme. I've talked about this moment, I've talked about this little thing on streams before, but Red Velvet. This is the only song, yeah, unnecessary ornaments, or like unnecessarily fancy things. Red Velvet. This is the only song that differs in game and on the soundtrack. On the soundtrack version of Red Velvet, there is a pre-recorded saxophone. And, on this version, and there's a version on... I have the version with the live recorded saxophone, in my description, because it's my BGM, because I love this song so much. The only one that differs between the actual game and the soundtrack, you never hear the pre-recorded version. The studio recorded version in the game either. Is this on here? I don't think it is, actually. Oh, no, it is. This is the transition music, but it plays in one other part, and that is directly after Rin's second NSFW scene. If you listen for long enough. It does continue. They might have. I might just not have the most updated version, but... Lily's main theme is Concord. Which makes sense, this is what you hear in her songs. And her cutscene theme is called Tea Time Fast Forward. Not in this, but if you have the soundtrack, you will hear Tea Time Fast Forward, and that is what plays during her cutscene. Concord is very, very nice. Hanako's theme is Painful History. This is one of the least played character themes in the entire game. And also, Hanako's Act 2 cutscene theme is called Jitter. Shizune's main theme, guess you probably guessed it, is the Student Council. Her Act 2 cutscene theme is called 3 Stars. Emi's main theme, Standing Tall. You hear it in all of Emi's scenes. Her Act 2 cutscene theme is called 2 times 400 meter relay, which is a race. Yeah, the Student Council, I like the theme for the Student Council. And for Rin, second favorite song in the entire game for me is Parody. Chariots of Fire, Moe. And then Rin's Act 2 cutscene theme is called Cloudland Swing. I'm gonna go back to Weosna. Yeah, it's really nice. There is a music track called Focus that does not play in any part of the game, but was used in the second trailer for the game. You can hear Focus on the actual soundtrack. Yeah, Rin's music is very great too. My favorite thing about Parody, actually, is the fact that while Rin is going through her phase with the exhibition, it doesn't play during her scenes anymore. But then after, Parody comes back, which I think is a really good way to use a theme. There's a track called Spin. It's also not in here, but is on the soundtrack. And the first couple seconds of Spin play when you boot up the game. It's during the 4-leaf studio theme. That is the first couple seconds of Spin. It was also used in the first trailer, as if I didn't say that already. Let's see. Romance in Andante 2 is the romantic song. It is used during Hiseo and Emi's first kiss. It is used 5 total times, but does not appear in Hanako's route. Its 5th usage is not in a separate route. It is actually used twice in the same route. I don't remember which one, though. Yeah, Romance in Andante is also... This is the credits music. I like this one, too. Yeah. Does not used in Hanako's, which is interesting part. Here we go. The song Friendship. This is played in 4 routes and is used to indicate a deepening of relationships through past experiences. It plays in Emi's Act 4, Lily's Act 4, and Rin's Act 4. But the 4th time it plays is in Act 2 of Shizune's route. And the time that it plays... one second. It plays during... Where is it? It plays during this scene, where Kenji takes off his glasses and shows that he's a Tumblr sexy man. They play this song, which is just ridiculous to me. Alright. Back to the jukebox. Red Velvet plays in every scene, in every route but Shizune's. I see better without these. Yeah, Red Velvet is played at least once in every route, except for Shizune's. It plays in the bar downtown in Hanako's route. It plays in the restaurant in Lily's route. It plays in the Shanghai, I think in both Emi's and Rin's route, and then it doesn't play in Shizune's. Alright. And then, we talked about a little bit before, but Painful History. Hanako's character theme. No, it appears in Rin's route. It just doesn't show up in Shizune's. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say. Painful History, Hanako's theme. It only plays 4 times. 3 of them are in Hanako's route. The 4th time occurs in Lily's Act 3 scene, Dissonance. We go and look. It plays... where is it at? Here. Where Hanako has withdrawn completely into her room. And he calls Lily. The only character theme... not the only character theme, but like... with how sparingly they use Hanako's theme in general, it is interesting that it shows up in Lily's route as well. That is all of my stuff for music, though. That is all the music trivia I have from that. Trivia about Hiseo. Hiseo is 171 centimeters tall. Canonically. This is confirmed. So he is taller than Lily, but not by much. The name Hiseo means long-time man, which can also be read as long-lived man. Ironic, considering his heart condition. However, this is not intentional. It has been confirmed by devs that it is not intentional. Nakai means middle and well/mineshaft. Not sure the significance of it, but etymology, you know. In every single CG that Hiseo appears in, his eyes are different. Gray. Brownish gray. Brown. Let me look through these. Brownish. Brownish gray. Show me more Hiseo. How to find these? Different shade of brown. Darker shade of brown. Oh, actually. Almost golden. I didn't notice it either, but also his hairstyle. You can see his hairstyle does change as well. That's enough of that, though. We get the point. If you've noticed, in every route, Hiseo picks up many of the characteristics of the girl whose route he's on. You see it happen a lot, like Emi's. He picks up Emi's stubbornness, Shizune's competitive nature, Rin's aloofness. Hanako, he actually does kind of pick up Hanako's shyness. All that kind of stuff. So he kind of ends up taking on some of the characteristics of the girl whose route he's on. Last little bit of trivia about Hiseo. He has no birthday, but it is either April 1st, which is April Fool's Day, Or January 4th, which is the day that work on Katawa Shoujo officially started. On to Lily trivia. Lily's last name, Satoi, means sand and wisteria. She's the only character with 4 outfits. I mentioned earlier, Lily seems to have a tendency towards indulgence because of her heightened senses. Only post-credit scene, tied for Emmy with most H scenes. We talked about all this. I talked about this when it came up. Lily identifies as Catholic because she went to a Catholic school. Akira does not, because Akira dropped out of Catholic school. And then in her Act 3, Hiseo and Hanako discuss a book series that is likely Dune. It's not confirmed because they don't mention the title, but the description is very similar to the game's air date for birthday. Yeah, it's all fan-selected birthdays. Hanako trivia. Hanako means flower child, and Ikizawa means pool/pond and marsh. Hanako's theme is the only one to not play the first time she meets Hiseo. I think Everyday Fantasy plays instead, because it's a library. Hanako is a ward of the state, and that means her enrollment at Yamaku is funded by the state/province. Or prefecture, not province. Province is Canada. Prefecture is what Japan uses. As mentioned in the route, Hanako reads Life of Pi the first time they meet. And in one of Rin's Act 1 scenes, Rin refers to Hanako as a mystery toilet girl. This is likely a reference to the Japanese urban legend of Hanako-san, a ghost that haunts school bathrooms. Shizune trivia. Shizune means quiet sound, and Hakamichi means feather, increase, and road. It could also mean pathway to the grave. Haka means grave, and Michi means path. Shizune is the only character who never cries in any scene, and she and Misha are the only ones who never discuss Hiseo's heart problem. And Shizune wears a golden wristwatch that is never seen. It is not included in any CGs or anything. You can't see it. But she has it, apparently. And as mentioned in her Act 1, Shizune does not throw things. She also doesn't make wishes. Why is that? Because it's mentioned in a scene, but it just doesn't show up, which is interesting. There's not a whole lot of Emmy trivia, but Emmy means smile/laugh, and beautiful, with E meaning smile or laugh, and me meaning beautiful, and Ibarazaki means thorn, and cape/peninsula. Emmy is the oldest and most likely the shortest character in the game. The only character the reason it's said most likely is because we don't know Hideaki's actual height. He could be shorter than Emmy, but we don't know for sure. She is tied with Lily for the most H scenes brought up. Trivia from Rin. There's a lot of this, actually. So, Rin means jewel, and Tezuka means hand and mound. The last name Tezuka is also a reference to the Japanese animator and mangaka Osamu Tezuka. This is a theory that might be referring to Beta Rin. Or this might be not a theory, but this was stated by her character designer. He could be referring to Rin from the beta, but it was stated that Rin is a thalidomide baby, thalidomide was a drug used to treat nausea during pregnancy in the past, which led to children being born with birth defects. However, this happened in the 50s and 60s. So it was most likely changed between the beta and the actual game because it wouldn't make sense in a time period sense. mentioned a little bit before. Rin either suffers from alexithymia or Asperger's syndrome, but Aura will not give any definitive answer. Rin and Hanako are the only characters with noticeable tears on their sprites. Rin's birthday is the same day that the first text about her was written. One of the unlockable main menu pictures shows Rin in the Venus de Milo pose. I think it's Act 2. I think it's this one. I think this is Venus de Milo. So. I found a lot of these from the wiki and a TV tropes page. Rin is from Osaka. The Venus de Milo pose. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's definitely the Venus de Milo pose. I just looked it up. She's in the same sort of pattern. It's a statue, so it's not exactly the same. This is my favorite note about Rin. Yeah, it's a statue. It's an art thing. Rin's writer Aura wrote a note in the source code of Rin's first Act 2 scene. It reads, "I've been playing around with different styles for her to somehow communicate her state of mind through dialogue style. Currently, and this seems to be the final solution, there are two distinct modes. Whenever she's in freeform stream of consciousness blabbering mode, she uses awkward grammar badly and has extreme trouble with idioms, sayings, and figures of speech. And she talks in short sentences, many of them in sequence. When she pulls herself together and becomes overly lucid, she starts talking without contractions and uses way more words per sentence than necessary to communicate what might currently be swirling inside her mind. These are not hard or fast rules, more like general guidelines, thus legibility and smooth flow of text always overrides them. Edit as you see fit, really." So that is how Rin's writer wrote her. Basically gave her two modes of speaking. And I think it's interesting, because I think it comes off really, really well. Okay. Next part is trivia about Misha. Misha has no stated disability, despite heavy fan speculation before release, including that she had cancer and that she would die during Shizune's route. People do still speculate that she has ADHD, OCD, or is on the autism spectrum, or has some sort of inner ear disability that affects her balance. There's also speculation that Misha's parents sent her to Yamaku because they believed homosexuality was a disability. One of the devs stated in an interview that Misha's disability is that she broke a nail and overreacted about it. However, this is interpreted that she has no disability. Her full name is Shida Mikado, and Misha is a nickname derived from a name written in standard Japanese format. She is the only non-romanceable girl with an NSFW scene, and this was my favorite little bit of trivia about her. She was named after Hannibal Lecter's sister. Alright, I can't believe I have to use the bathroom again. I hate my bladder. I'll be back, though. Alright, no more interruptions to the end of the stream. No more. Finishing off this trivia. Trivia about Kenji, everybody's favorite character. Kenji means healthy/strong or study/sharpen, and two. Well, Satoi means swift currents and door. Kenji's similarity to Harry Potter is seemingly intentional. I get it. He's very Harry Potter-like. To get Kenji's ending, you need to make 4 bad choices in Mind Your Step, Creative Pain, Slow Recovery, and Home Field Advantage. The song To Become One. I'm actually gonna... plays as Hiseo falls to his death, which is the usual song for NSFW scenes. The usage is either ironic, or it's a play on words, as it could also be 2, as in the number, become 1, referencing that Kenji being the last one alive, and Kenji being the last sane man in an insane world. Because now there's only one. According to a 4chan fan poll, Kenji is the second most popular character. Alright. On to side character. First one, everybody's favorite side character, Miki Miura. She has a non-canon path released on December 24th, 2014, which gives... maybe he really just goes crazy after whistling what happened. You know what? Could be. It very well could be that as well. Miki. Everybody loves Miki. It gives her a musical theme called Carefree Days, and was actually made into a playable game without sprites. As mentioned today by Lily, the homeroom teacher of Class 3-2 is called Miyagi. She's only mentioned in dialogue. She's the English teacher at Yamaku, and in 2010 one of the devs made a project that tells a story from her point of view. From this we find out that she runs the astronomy club, and smokes Lucky Strike cigarettes. As well as we learn what she looks like. Mutoi. Akio means bright man/husband, and Mutoi means military and wisteria. Yep, it is an actual thing. We get to find out a little bit about Miyagi, because one of the devs decided to write something about her. I actually don't remember which dev it was. I think it said it, but I forget. Let me look it up. Let me see. Miyagi. Okay, Miyagi. Suriko. Suriko did the, I don't have a link to it. It was a Secret Santa project for the writer of Rin's Root, Aura, that tells something from Miyagi's point of view. And she actually had to fight Mutoi for the position of Astronomy Club president or teacher. If you find it, if you go to her Katawa Shoujo wiki page, I think there is a link to the Secret Santa website, which is kind of cool. These actually seem kind of cool. I might read these through later. Like, there's a World War II Katawa Shoujo one, the Emmy Jailbird, 80s Katawa Shoujo Sentai Team, Misha Rapunzel. But yeah, that is just a little bit. Akio Mutoi, the science teacher, strongly influenced by David Tennant, the 10th Doctor from Doctor Who. And there's an early piece of art for Jigoro, Shizune's father, that shows Mutoi at Jigoro's wedding. However, I don't know where the photo is, and it's unknown if it's canon. Nomiya, the art teacher, Shinichi Nomiya. Shinichi means gentleman and one, and Nomiya means wilderness and temple/palace. We've seen, in a brief scene, that Nomiya and Mutoi do not get along. It's a photo of Chigoro's wedding, and Mutoi is shown in the background of the photo, but I don't know where it's at. The nurse. Not a whole lot about the nurse, but Hisio knows his name, but we do not. And we never find it out, so... Yeah, I don't know. I would love to know more about why Mutoi and Nomiya don't like each other. The other thing about the nurse, he's likely a reference to a character in a story from 4chan/bboard called Damaged Goods, and that the thread about that it's just called the nurse. Well, yeah, Hisio never tells us his name. The first concept art for what became Katawa Shoujo was actually posted in the story thread for Damaged Goods, so that's fun. Yuko, not much about her. That's not beta content. Yuko means excellence in child, and Shirakawa means White River. About Akira, in fanworks, Akira's birthday is May 18th, and this is not canon. However, the date sprung up exactly because the devs said they didn't care what fans put as her birthday, and I guess the community decided on May 18th. So that is now her birthday. Congratulations. Hideki Hakamichi. Hideki means excellent and bright. It is unknown why Hideki dresses femininely. Maybe it's because he doesn't realize how feminine he looks. Nobody knows. Hideki is also named after one of the developer's favorite anime directors, Hideki Anno. I believe Hideki Anno... I actually don't know what he did. Hideki Anno... We will soon. Hideki Anno did Neon Genesis Evangelion. Okay, I get it now. Jigoro. Jigoro means Earth Sun. His business card lists an email, despite never using email. Hideki mistakenly says Lily's father and Jigoro are brothers, when actually Jigoro's wife is Lily's father's sister. So a little bit of miscontinuity there. The only trivia about Meiko Ibarazaki, Emi's mom, is that the writer of Lily's Root kinda confirmed that the nurse and Meiko hooked up. Unknown if they're currently still hooking up or what, but they at least did in the past. The other trivia. I'll go through all... So, I'll actually start with the student since we have it up. One of the students in class 3-3 looks like Ritsu from K-On! As soon as it pans over, we'll show her. Her name is Ritsu. Actually. Her disability is carpal tunnel syndrome. There is a character in class 33 named Suzu Suzuki. I think it's her? No, yeah, it is exact. It is almost an exact model. Okay, yeah, so this is Suzu Suzuki. I just had to remember. Suzu Suzuki has an unofficial route where she enters a relationship with Miki, and a fan route that is narrated from her perspective. It is believed that her disability is narcolepsy and an unstated knee injury because she has the brace. But that might not be a disability. Who knows? While we're on this side of the CG, this character's name is Molly Kapoor. And this is Florian, I believe. She is of Indian descent and has had her legs amputated above the knees. She was supposed to be the main character in a separate visual novel called Measuring Shadows. In Measuring Shadows, Molly was not disabled, and it was set in Britain with Florian. However, Measuring Shadows was cancelled. in 2010. So she's kind of just a remnant. Actually, this might be Florian. I can actually show Florian though. 1 second though. I have to. Oh no, okay, so that's not Florian. That's my bad. This is Florian. The guy with the blonde hair is Florian, but that's Molly. Florian appeared in, oh, I know who the guy next to her was now. It's another anime reference. But yeah, Molly was supposed to be in a visual novel. She lost her legs in the process. Oh. But yeah, cool little thing that it was supposed to be a little cameo, but never ended up happening. Let's go back to this one. One of the students in class 3-3 is Takeshi Maeda. He wears the beret, he has the bandaged ear, he resembles Vincent van Gogh. He also shows up in the art club. His disability is tinnitus. One of the girls in class 3-3 is named Natsumi Oe. This is her. She's in the newspaper club with Naomi, and Hanako eventually joins it as well. She has heterochromia, as you can see here. One yellow, one brown. And the interesting thing about heterochromia is that in humans, it is often it sometimes accompanies partial to full blindness. However, Natsume is believed to have a very mild form of heterochromia that does not affect her vision in too severe a way, so that she's not in class 3-2. Another fun thing about Natsume, she is a anime character version of Aura, the writer of Rin's Root. The girl missing a thumb mentioned by Hisio in class 3-3 is never shown in any CGs. Yup. I guess we don't see her thumb. It could be her. But I don't know. I wonder. I need to check something again. No, it doesn't show it. Alright. I was trying to find the CG in, why isn't she romanceable too? Because she's a background character. You can't have everyone romanceable. I was trying to find it, but it's not a thing. There's two characters at the end of Shizune's Roots. We just lost music, by the way, so I'm gonna... Why is it not playing? Oh, it is playing. I turned my music down. Alright, whatever. Two girls who appear in, the end of Shizune's Route called Ao and Keiko. They are the two who take over the student council after Shizune and Misha. Keiko was added later, but in the beta, Ao was a more fleshed out character, had more roles to play, and she was blind. I don't think we actually know what Ao and Keiko's disabilities are in the actual game. Back to the top. One of my favorite little pieces of trivia. Yamaku is not a real Japanese word. It is complete nonsense. And the mascot of Yamaku Academy is a fish because, and I quote, "Sure, why not?" That is the legitimate commentary from one of the devs when asked if the mascot was a fish. Sure, why not? Girl from School Days. Oh, it might be. There's a lot of anime references in the background characters. Some of the photos of the school are actually of Brown University. Talked about this a couple times. Iwanako's letter is... can't really see it on there, but we saw... It is addressed to City Miyagi, which is places Yamaku closest to Sendai City, the capital of Miyagi Prefecture in Japan. There are two little April Fool's things. There's an April Fool's character named Saki Enomoto, who was teased as a 6th route for Hoshiuta to pursue. Her disability is spinocerebellar ataxia, which is a disability that degenerates the spine, essentially. And it is eventually fatal. And she was actually supposed to be a minor character as well, despite being revealed in an April Fool's thing. But she was cut out, and then the only remnants is someone who looks like her in the art club. I think it's the character who greets you. There's another April Fool's character named Rita Katayama. She has hypoplastic left heart syndrome, which is kind of similar to what Hoshiu has, but it affects something different in the heart. And she also has albinism. She has white hair and white eyes. Or white hair and blue eyes, I think it is. She's not present in any release, even as a background character, and there's nobody resembling her. But apparently, if Trojan is right, there's fan roots for her, which is fun. Let's see. The Shanghai, everybody's favorite tea house that appears in every single route. Its exterior is based off of an Ippudo store in Sendai. What is Ippudo? I didn't look that up. Oh, it's a restaurant chain. Okay. Alright, I get it. The 22nd... Oh, Othello's Antiques may have its name based on William Shakespeare's play, Othello. Fun little piece of trivia. The 22nd Corner Art Gallery's exterior seems to be what used to be called the LB Gallery in Sendai City. So a mixture of actual places in Miyagi Prefecture and Brown University. One little fun distance continuity change before we get into the beta, because the beta is what's next, and that's going to be... Whew. The distance between Yamaku and the Hakimichi residence changes between Lily's route and Shizune's route. In Lily's route, it's a cab ride. In Shizune's route, it's a long train ride. Who knows? Yes. On to the beta and the things that changed. I have links to the actual beta. I have the beta script, and I have Corporal Crud's WordPress, where he has scraps from Hanako's beta route there. They're all in the description. But first, since I talked about Corporal Crud's WordPress, he has writings of the early versions of several routes, including Hanako's Good End and a path for Misha. However, a Misha path was never seriously considered. It's just been joked about. The devs never considered putting Misha as a route. Never in any serious capacity. I believe Corporal Crud kind of just wrote it as a side project. We can see during the credits, there were 21 developers when the game's project first started. By the end of development, on the time it released, 3 of them were left. 18 developers left during development. For various reasons. Okay. A lot of them were probably writers. And at least 2 of them were writers for Shizune's and Hanako's routes. Before we get to those 2, I'm actually going to cover those 2 routes last. Lily's beta route. She originally was going to have 2 more sisters, and was going to be half South African. Both of those were cut during development, and I don't think those actually show up in the beta either. She, in a brief time of writing, had a guide dog. And then it was scrapped because the dog did nothing. The dog was completely useless. Lily was originally going to enjoy playing the cello, but they changed that. I believe it got replaced with origami. Lily was originally planned to be a ditzy character, but they changed that because of the implications of having a blind character be ditzy. Wouldn't have been hurtful to have, no. I guess, but it wouldn't have added anything. It would be just, it'd be a weird addition. So, Yuko was originally Lily's cousin. Which changed a lot of things. But yeah, they changed that for continuity. And in the beta, which you can actually see in the beta script, Lily has 5 acts. And the 5th act starts where, starts toward the end of the 4th act, where Hoshiu's in the hospital. And actually, as opposed to how it actually happens, in the beta, the entire cast visits him in the hospital, instead of just Lily. So, interesting how that one changed a little bit. Emmy. Emmy underwent a major redesign after the Act 1 demo released. So, if you play the demo, she does look fairly different. In the beta, she also doesn't have an Act 4. Which is interesting. But I guess I get it, because her Act 4 ended up being 5 scenes. So they just kind of condense it a little bit more. And I hinted this. Yeah, it's if you look in that paste bin for the scripts, the Act 4 is completely blank. So she didn't have an Act 4. Emmy and Misha in the beta, and it was originally planned, but they're supposed to be really close friends. There's still a remnant of this where Misha helps you avoid Emmy's bad end. So that's still in the game. That's a little remnant of a more fleshed out relationship they were supposed to have. I have a little bit more about the Emmy-Misha relationship, but we also see it in Rin's Route, where Hoshiu comments on how similar Emmy and Misha are, and he shudders at the idea of a pairing of those two. Rin initially popped up a lot more in other arcs alongside Emmy. Like, they appeared in the Act 5 scene together. Rin used to be larger than her other classmates, because of something with puberty, but they changed that to put her more in line with the rest of her classmates, and then also make her feel a little more fragile, like is fitting with her character. Because, like, inside she's a very fragile person. She's not aloof as it seems, she's fragile. So they changed that to be more in line as well. And it seems to be the one act that was mainly unchanged between the beta and the release version. It's interesting. Props to Aura for writing something that didn't need to be tweaked. On to Kenji. Originally, Yuko was Kenji's ex-girlfriend, and this was revealed in Hanako's Act 4 True Route. And a scrapped version of a Hanako Good End also has Kenji and Yuko married with a child. So just imagine that. That is, funny. Before full release, it was also thought that Kenji was going to have a full route, including romance and NSFW scenes. Did not happen. There were thoughts of a gay route, briefly touched around by the team. They never went through with it, because it would require a lot of changes to the character of Kenji. And I get it. I'll get to Misha after I read Shizune's root stuff. Akira. In the beta, Akira was not fully finished. Her androgyny is a lot more played up as well. She also didn't have a set age, being called 22 at one point in the route, but then also being called Lily's younger sibling. So she was really rough in concept in the beta. Initially, also, OhaHyou was male and had many of Yuko's character traits. And as I mentioned with Yuko's, Yuko being the cousin, Yuko was originally supposed to bring alcohol to what in the game is Hanako's birthday party, but was supposed to be Lily's birthday party in the early stages of development. Other side note before we get to Shizune and Misha, or Shizune and Hanako and Misha. Hiseo was supposed to die in multiple bad ends of Act 1. There's supposed to be more than one bad end to Act 1. The writers did not do this because they did not want to come up with reasons for him to die. I get it. Hanako's writer noted during, at the end, that he thought about killing off Hiseo in the bad end of Hanako's route. But he decided instead that a life without Hanako was a worse punishment. And he was right. God damn, was he right. A little bit of music notes. I'll go back to the music page so we can listen to them. Originally, the student council was supposed to sound completely different. Not even close to what we have now. Shadow of the Truth in the beta has an earlier version of it, I believe. Either in the beta or it's somewhere out there on YouTube. This was before we got this one. They had edited versions. Other songs like this is Raindrops and Puddles. Also has an early version that was edited, or that was changed for the full release. And then Nocturne, my third favorite song. Also different between changed during development. And also Moment of Decision, its original part had electronic elements to it. So imagine that. I think that's funny. That's all the beta music notes. So I guess I'll start with Hanako's beta. It might have. I think electronic music elements in that song might have made it weird. Okay. Hanako. In beta. As I said it before, Hanako's and Shizune's underwent major changes between the beta and the full release, including writer switches. So Hanako, initially instead of being orphaned, would have had foster parents. Hanako would have had a stuffed rabbit that she clung to that was given to her by her parents. They explain the fire in the beta. The reason is a unattended candle, and that she survived because her father carried her outside. In the beta, Hanako was afraid of the dark. In the beta, Hanako would also indirectly cause the death of someone she loved, because she was confessed to, and she ran away. The boy followed her and was hit by a car and killed. Hanako was initially far more wounded from the fire, including using a crutch and being blind in one eye. Hanako's original route was inspired by Higurashi When They Cry, and it included Hanako ending up in a mental ward and having multiple ways in which she accidentally kills Hiseo. The original NSFW scene for Hanako's route included a heavily medicated Hanako, and afterwards she freaked out, which causes Hiseo to slip and break his neck. If Hiseo did not take the NSFW scene and didn't go to the hospital, Hanako recovered from the mental ward, and then commit suicide by stepping in front of a train. What do you mean fire scene? The candle, or not. Yeah, I'm not. This again, reading through it is like, ugh. Okay, yeah, I would have been fine with that. The fire, I would have been fine with that. That was the one part in the early I was fine with. Explanation of Flash, but yeah, it doesn't really have an explanation in Root, so I would have been fine with the candle. Originally, Hanako's true end was only available through Lily's route. So you'd have to go through Lily's route and take a path to put you onto Hanako's good end. However, this was scrapped because of coding difficulty and a general want to just end the route on a better note. Like, again, like, changed a lot with Hanako's route. Last bit of trivia, I'll actually go back to the gallery. So this is Hanako's final CG. It was originally meant to imply, there was originally supposed to be fresh baked bread, to imply a bun in the oven, and to imply that Hanako was pregnant. However, this was changed because don't make light of teenage pregnancy. They actually even changed it to where Hoshiuta uses protection and explicitly makes note of it. But yes, this was there's supposed to be a reference to Hanako being pregnant. Scrapped because yes. Yeah. Overall impressions of beta Root Hanako, I'm so glad they changed it. It would not, like, I get the idea of, you know, inspiring it with Higurashi. I get it. Super famous visual novel. No, not for something like this. You don't have to make this dark and edgy like they tried to. I have tremendous praise for what Corporal Crud did. He took a route that was just a complete nightmare. A complete mess of a route with so much and he turned it into a really beautiful route. There's no need for this route, or Shizune's route, to be that dark. This game did not need edgy darkness. You don't need, like, Hanako ending up in a mental ward. You don't, or stepping in front of a train. You don't need that. It's completely unnecessary and only serves for shock value. Like, what does that add to a story? Nothing. There's just not a reason for it. I kind of like the idea that they don't have Hoshiuta die a bunch either. I like the fact that characters only die in the bad end, and it's Hoshiuta. It's just, yeah, it was a bad idea, their beta decisions. I'm glad the beta decisions exist. I'll say that. I'm glad that there's a place you can experience it. I'm glad it's not canon. I can have those two thoughts at the same time. Like, sure, I'm glad that those ideas were put out there. That they have a place where you can go through them. But again, you didn't need them. Did not need them in an actual story. So, yeah, that's basically my thoughts on that. On to Shizune's. Shizune was originally named Rosa in the beta. Okay, so actually I'll start with one pit I put in Misha's. In the beta version, Shizune's route is very, very dark. More Lily in a non-effed up way, probably beta could do it. No, the 5 routes for Lily, I think, it follows the same stuff. Lily's wasn't rewritten that much. A lot of the stuff rewritten about Lily was cut before beta development. Lily's route is perfectly fine, which is why I don't think they changed much. There was bit of stuff with Yuko, but I don't even think that made it to the beta. But yes, so Shizune, the Act 5 is just a continuation. Instead of having, like, I don't know how to explain it without spoiling it. Instead of continuing past the part in Act 4, it turns what could be a teen... It basically makes a scene transition out of something that could be. Like, you get a good place where you could cut scenes and make a new one. And they do it in the beta, but they don't do it in the main game. And I think that's fine, because they wanted to keep the 4-act setup. So it's really not much new content that's not in the base game, not in the full release. So, Shizune's route. Extremely dark. Misha ends up committing suicide in Shizune's route. In the good end, Hiseo and Shizune consider naming a child after Misha. Did I say Shizune commits? I meant Misha. Misha commits suicide. It's also possible that Misha was gay in the demo, and that Misha's parents were homophobic because they would not show up at the funeral. Yeah, Doki Doki Student Council is exactly what they made Shizune's route. Like, seriously. In the beta, Shizune's bad end has her become reclusive and hospitalized after Misha's suicide. She becomes reclusive, and she becomes dehydrated and starves herself. If Hiseo goes to the hospital, Shizune hides from Hiseo, taking out her IVs, and then dies. That was rewritten because the originator left because of internal conflicts. Probably because people were like, this is a terribly dumb, edgy idea, and he got mad about it. Good riddance. After Misha dies in the beta route, Shizune reveals that she can read lips and knows what Hiseo was saying. I think remnants of this carry over into the base game, but other than that. In the beta, you could comfort Misha and get a good end still. Additionally, the scene happens in the middle of Act 3. No, A22 is the final writer. A22 was the one who rewrote it and turned it into something good. So, massive props to A22. In the beta you could comfort Misha and get a good end. Also, instead of happening at the end of Act 3, it happens in the middle of it, and for the rest of the route, it changes dialogue into both Misha and Hiseo being much more guilty. In the beta, Shizune's father was very, very ableist, and viewed her as inferior and said he would never give her the family business. So they changed it from explicit to... Not explicit. They changed it from being out front with it to him maybe just being kind of an asshole. Less explicit with it is basically. Yeah, like... I don't actually remember what, I'm trying to think. I don't remember what the reason for, Misha committing suicide was. I think it was, just unrequited love. I think that stuck around, so I think that was the reason, but I'm not sure for exact. Other notes about Misha. In Hanako's True Route, Misha hints at meeting Emmy in the art room, doing, quote, secret things together, and then toward the end of the route going back to finish. So a lot of indicators that both Emmy and Misha had more of a relationship, and the fact that Misha is a lesbian, and that Emmy might have been too. In the alpha, so even before the beta, Misha went to Yamaku to avoid homophobic bullying and used sign language as an excuse to go to Yamaku. Final parts about Misha. Initially, she was made very, very bland, so that players didn't feel like they missed out when they romanced Shizune. You can still kind of see remnants of this when you see the old photos of Misha, because I believe that design was very similar to past Misha in the current release we got. I think with that is my last piece of trivia. Yeah, I guess my overall thoughts on the beta. They had a lot of ideas. That is undisputable. They had a lot of ideas, a lot of things they thought about. I'm glad a lot of them got cut. It is not a bad thing to leave things on the cutting room floor. It is perfectly fine to do this. And when you get things like two extremely dark routes, both involving suicide. Oh, they keep like that. Oh, don't worry, we're done. That's the last of it. Yeah, with that, like, a lot of things were cut for good reason. A lot of the stuff for other characters would cut just for continuity, and I think it works fine. Lily didn't need more sisters. All my praise goes out to all 5 of the writers for this. Suriko, amazing job. Beautiful route. A22, fantastic route. Aura, amazing route. Corporal Crud, amazing route. Now I'm forgetting Emmy's writer. But yeah. Yeah. I might play the beta on my own time, just to really experience it for myself, but I'm not going to stream it. I encourage you to play it and the actual game for yourself as well. Let me... I guess the last look over. 100% completion there. Max Gallery Cinema. I've shown off the 100% gallery. We're done with Katawa Shoujo. We are finished with the game. Let me go over here. We are done with the game. That is all I have when it comes to Katawa Shoujo for you all. I'm even taking my headphones off. Sounds so much weirder. That was an experience. We went through all our trivia. We went through everything. Always an experience playing Katawa Shoujo. Always, always, always. I love this game. I adore, adore, adore this game. Beautifully written. Everything, everything, everything. As I said, I'm going to take a break from long-form games until the new Pokemon games come out. I'm not going to be playing any 10 goddamn... Like, I did 20 parts of Persona 4 Golden. I did 17 parts of this. That's a lot. I'm not going to do that anymore. Not for any time soon. The next longest series is probably going to be... what am I trying to say? When Persona 3 Portable releases, I will probably play that game all the way. I'm super excited for that one, so... But that's not for, like, months. Like, we're 6 months out from it, probably. If not more. They don't have a release date for it yet, so... That's just a thing for the future. I'm going to play the new Pokemon games when they come out, of course. But... in between that, I'm both going to be... I'm not going to try and do 4 stream weeks anymore. I'm going to do, like, 3 3, maybe 4. Definitely not 5. And it's all going to be kind of shorter form, one-off games, 2-episode games, stuff like that. Not multi-part, long, story-oriented games. I've got some stuff planned for when fall rolls around, 2 shorter visual novels. Resident Evil 7. I'm just going to say I'm going to play Resident Evil 7. I don't think that's too long a game, but I'm not sure. I'll throw a bunch of random stuff in there. I've got a bunch of games in progress that I'll throw on a random stream. Bunch of roguelikes, stuff like that. I'll try to do more. I want to get more collabs out there. Now that I am free of doing 3 streams a week of one game, I'm going to try to get out a lot more collabs, play a lot more games with friends, Destiny 2, Apex Legends, all those fun kind of collab games that, VTubers normally play. I've realized I'm kind of an oddity by playing a lot of story-based games. That doesn't happen a lot. A lot of people, play Apex or Cult of the Lamb. I don't even own that game. It's not so much long-form story games. So we'll get back to more one-offs that I don't have, that I just play to play. MLB The Show 2022. We'll start I think I'm probably going to start our Road to the Show next week. I'm super looking forward to that. Will be my favorite position, a relief pitcher. Just to have fun. I like do Diamond Dynasty stuff like that. Take it how it goes, see how it is. With the semester starting up pretty soon, I have internship hours to get. I want to join a D&D group again. Time, a little bit more pinched, but I will absolutely still be streaming. I have no reason not to. Just whenever I feel like playing something. I am going to go get food. I'm going to fucking sleep. I'm going to do absolutely nothing tomorrow. Except make schedule and thumbnails. That's all I'm doing tomorrow. Legitimately all I'm going to do. Because, I am tired. I did not sleep well last night. My voice is angry at me, and it will probably continue to be angry at me until I rest it, so I'm going to go enjoy the rest of my night. If you enjoyed the stream, I would greatly appreciate it if you left a like, if you subscribed, hit the bell, know about the next stream, all that stuff. Followed me on Twitter for updates. I'll post my schedule there. I'll update the schedule rating room tomorrow as well. You can find that on the YouTube channel. You can join the Discord server down in the link below. Hang out with everyone. I post schedules in there. It's just fun. Get a lot of people in there, just talk and post random shit. It's fun. It's fun with game nights and movie nights, whatever. Twitch for Guerrilla streams, those will happen sometimes. Depends on how I'm feeling. Depends on if I'm playing games with friends that night. And yeah. Most importantly, though, beyond anything else, if you enjoyed the game, go download it, play it for yourself, tell your friends about it, follow the devs on Twitter, keep up with their new projects, support them in the stuff they do. They're super wonderfully talented. It's beautiful, beautiful, lovely. I hope if you play this game, play it to 100% completion like I did, that it affects you as much as it affects me, and you have a greater appreciation for a lot of things. I am now done with Katawa Shoujo. For now. I will maybe return to it in my own time. A year or two. Who knows? Other than that, I hope you have a great rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time of day it is for you. I hope you're safe, and I hope you're well, and I hope to see you in the next stream. which will most likely be on Tuesday. OhaHyou, everyone.